on landscape and visual impact matters for the Strathy Wind Farm public inquiry. I'm not going to repeat the full introduction from yesterday. It's not necessary. For those who want to refer to it, it will be available on webcast recording from yesterday's session. The only thing is just to remind everybody, just in case, to make sure any electronic devices are inaudible in case they disturb proceedings. So I've got a couple of bits of business that I just want to raise separate from the inquiry proceedings itself. And just to say that obviously during the course of yesterday we received a revised set of conditions with a bit more agreement between the two parties. We're going to have a look at that, and it's possible that it will mean that the agenda is slightly shorter on Friday afternoon. So I wanted to ask the parties if they had any particular concerns if we were to bring forward the second hearing session to run on immediately following the policy hearing session, if it's possible, if the timings worked out. But I needed to know. Mr. Kelly told us yesterday he wouldn't be attending the conditions hearing, but I didn't know if there's any other particular arrangements being put in place by the parties. So, Mr. Finlay or Mr. Fraser, do you have a view on the hearings running together on Friday?
I think that would, ideally that would be the best, obviously, if we can do it now. We do have slightly different people attending for the conditions session, but I'm sure with the notice we've got, there won't be any issue about that. I see Mr. McGill nodding his head, so I'm sure it's going to be fine.
And the same, we have the same witness attending both with the same team, and indeed that would seem to be an entirely sensible use of time if we could finish on Friday morning.
Yes, that's excellent. Thanks very much. Just to say, I think maybe somebody has a microphone on that doesn't need to be on. We're getting a little bit of feedback. Yeah, Mr. McGovern, I think possibly. So we'll move on to inquiry session 1 and where we left off yesterday. So if you recall, we were about to ask Mr. Mason some questions of our own and then head on into Mr. Fraser's re-examination, should he to do so. So there's not a lot, Mr. Mason, you'll be pleased to know, and we won't take a lot of your time, at all. The first question is from me, and then Ms. Haywood has some questions as well. First thing, it's to do with aviation lighting effects. You're obviously indicating in your updated information from 2021 that you don't think any of these effects will be significant. Council's position is still very much that they are adding to, or that they are a contributory factor to some of the visual effects that they are anticipating. And I was really looking for a little bit of guidance as to how we should approach this in reporting to ministers. Should we treat aviation lighting effects as a separate matter, akin to a landscape effect, as being separate and different from a visual impact? Or should we treat a visual effect that stretches out into the hours of darkness as an additional daytime visual effect at that same location? How have you approached it in your assessment?
I believe that it does have aspects of landscape and visual to it, because the presence of the lighting at night will, as minimal as I believe it will be, there will be if you are standing in that dark environment at night, there will be a new influence which wasn't previously there. So there is a slight change to the character. In terms of the visual, because the visual aspect clearly it only becomes contributing factor to visual impact when it can be seen. So the times during which there would be a combination of seeing the wind farm and seeing the lighting would be in those dawn and dusk phases where there is reduced light but sufficient. I believe that the aviation lights would switch on 10 minutes after sunset, and so it's to the extent that there is still visibility of the wind farm at that stage, the combination would occur And then once it's dark, clearly the wind turbines become much less visible. And so there is a short period of combination, but I would say that the things that I said yesterday and that I've said in my inquiry report, whereby the number of receptors who will witness those combinations is low, and from the main places where receptors will be, so within the settlements and driving along roads, I believe that the low level of light that will be emitted is such that they will be much less noticeable. I think it's one of those things where if you stand and look for them, you will find them, and you will see low level light be present. But generally speaking, going about your day to day, I believe that the lack of of adjustment of your eyesight to those low light conditions when you're either in and around a property or driving along a road with headlights in front of you, I think that the susceptibility to those light sources will be pretty low.
I'm taking from that then that you're really seeing a true nighttime effect, after dusk, after that potential combination of turbine and lighting, that you're seeing that as a separate and distinct effect that we should look at separately from the daytime or combined visual effects where you're actually experiencing the turbine at the same time, and we should look at these nighttime effects as a separate contributory factor rather than adding to the assessment of significance that's already presented by viewpoint.
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That was the only question I was looking a wee bit of clarity on. But Ms. Haywood has a couple of questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Mr. Mason, good morning.
Good morning.
Something you just said, now you were breaking up a bit there, so I wasn't sure if I really did hear this correctly, so if you could just clarify for me. I think you said it will be a new influence and there would be a slight change to landscape character. Is that right? Is that what you said?
Well, at night, if the current character, which I believe it is of a predominantly dark environment, then if you can see light sources, red lights in that context, then such as you experience landscape character in the dark, because you clearly can't see the landscape clearly, there will be a change to that nighttime environment. So it is a change to the characteristics of the nighttime environment, but I would say a pretty slight one.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on the aviation lighting, is that I have seen an aviation lighting light on a turbine in the central belt, where there's quite a lot of surrounding lighting, because it's in an urban area. Or I was in an urban area looking out to the sky. Is there somewhere we can go and see an aviation light of the type you're proposing here, in a darker environment?
I believe. Well, sure whether I think it will be.
You don't have to answer me now. You can maybe think about that and come back, and we can maybe go and
well.
Look at it.
The only example I can think of that I've heard mention of is I believe there was a test turbine test light set up at Crystal Rig.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen. But where you see it from, there's quite a lot of lighting roundabout. So you don't know of any other then?
I don't know. I can find out if
Okay.
If any of my colleagues know of one, yeah.
Okay. Right, thank you. And a couple of other questions. The first one is in relation to viewpoint 15 and the Forcenard Trail, the RSPB trail. Just to clarify, the visualization that was done from there, that was done from ground level, was it?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So not from the top of the tower that's there then?
No.
So what would be the effect if you did take the visualization from the top of the tower? Because quite a lot of people do go up that tower to have a look over the landscape.
Well, I think the tower's probably 5 meters high. I think that the viewing platform is probably about 5 or 6 meters high. I'm not having climbed up it last year. You would see slightly more because obviously you've got slightly increased elevation, but I don't think it'd be a significantly different view. So I think we're.
Do you want to have a look at viewpoint 15?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly do that. Yeah. Yeah, so I think looking across that flat landscape at a distance of 13 kilometres, I think an increase of 6 or even if it's 7 or 8 meters isn't going to make a huge difference because the angle of you're not gaining a huge advantage over that landscape. So it's still going to be a view across a vast expanse of flow country with some hubs and tips on the horizon. I don't think there'll be a material difference.
Okay. And so a similar question about the Dorset Name Trail, viewpoint 16.
Yeah.
The viewpoint you've chosen is quite low down on the hill there, but the trail obviously goes up into what used to be forestry, but it is now cleared. Firstly, why did you choose the one lower down? And secondly, higher up, would you see more?
The viewpoint was obviously selected a long time ago, so I think it probably was a combination of I believe that there was forestry at the time, but
I think it was recently cleared, yes.
Yeah. So back in I think that the viewpoints were selected as early as 2011 or 2012. So it probably was a combination of the fact that we were at a location that was closer to the road, so more likely to be visited, and I think it was probably lack of visibility out of the forest.
And the second part of my question about if higher up the hill, would it be more visible?
It would be more visible, and obviously the difference would be greater than than climbing the tower at viewpoint 15. But that only illustrates really the lowering, I think the exercise of lowering hubs to remove them from visibility from viewpoint 15. Clearly, they would become visible again as soon as you climb the hill. So it would be more visible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mason. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all our questions. So over to Mr. Fraser to see if he has any re-examination points to raise.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll try to manage some of the questions I thought I had last night. Mr. Mason, if you could recall, you were taken to the original environmental statement, which I think is CD 1.1.1A. I'd like us to go to that first, if we could, please. And I think at page 28 of 414. Or in fact, just going back a page to page 27, just so we get our bearings. We can see at the bottom of that page, paragraph 3.4.1. James Mason?
Yes, I've got that. Yeah. No.
That's fine. And we can see that there's a discussion here. This is really in the chapter 3, which is the overall sort of scene setting chapter, I think, really. and it's dealing with landscape character and visual immunity. We can see the discussion of the SNH guidance, and it's at the bottom of the page, visual impact being a key consideration. And then we can see going over the page, we come to the final paragraph, and it's the discussion of a series of different height options for the proposed turbines was considered, analysis of wireframe images comparing the various options with adjacent sites combined with field-based observations determined there would be little appreciable change in effect as a result of proposing turbines of 145 maximum blade tip heights as opposed to smaller turbines of similar size to the adjacent sites. So I think I'm assuming the adjacent sites there were Strathy North and Strathy South. Is that?
Yes, there would have been, yes.
So certainly looking at Strathy North, it would have been down to 110 metres if we're talking about a similar size. Now, I think you explained, but I just want to be clear about this. Were turbines of 145 height the maximum ones that were being looked at that time?
They were, yes.
So what was considered was effectively a range from 145 metres down to somewhere in the region of 110, if you understand that.
Yes.
Okay, and we can see what's said there about the effects. Can we just move on then, please, for one moment to page 107 in the same document? And we can see in the middle of that page, so to speak, is a discussion of visual effects. You there, Mr. Mason?
Yes, I'm there now. Yeah.
Give me a shout when we get.
Yes,
when we get it's all right. So again, I think there's a discussion there of visual effects, and it draws into the discussion of the Strathy North turbines also. I think we can see in the first paragraph, right?
Yeah.
And then in the second paragraph, we can see cumulative visual effects would vary depending upon the direction from which the two figures, the two schemes would be viewed. Both schemes are illustrated on the viewpoint figures. Cumulatively, from many locations, wind turbines would occupy an increased horizontal proportion of the views available, i.e. there'd be a greater spread of turbines across the skyline. So this issue of this concern about the spread of the turbines, so to speak, is that something that was present with the 145 metre high turbines? And if we just bear in mind the previous paragraph that we were looking at, without having to go back to it, which was on page 28, was that materially different if we went down to 110 metres?
No, because clearly the spread of the turbines is influenced by where the towers are rather than how tall they are.
And then just whilst we're on, this section. Again, if we flick then to page 110. And again, we can see there's a discussion of visual effects in the middle of that page. You there, Mr. Mason?
Yes, I'm there now, yes.
And we can see at the end of the first paragraph there, proposed Strathy wood turbines would appear as relatively limited extension to an exposed wind farm from many locations that would appear to link or fill the gap between the other two wind farms from a smaller number of locations. Again, is there any real change between in that situation between 110 metre turbines and 145 metre turbines?
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Now, bearing in mind what's been said there in those two paragraphs on page 107 and 110, is there a material difference if we move to 180 metre turbines if we're talking about this inquiry?
I believe not. No, I believe that my analysis is that the turbines at all of those scales can sit together in that landscape where they're being viewed from a long distance and where they're being seen in relatively relatively flat but undulating terrain where the bases of turbines can't always be seen. So I believe that those same phenomena of extending the horizontal spread and linking the two wind farms still exist for any of those sizes.
And so if it's accepted that this is an appropriate site for a large scale wind farm, are there sort of consequences that have been described there? Are they consequences that you can avoid? So to speak?
No, they are in whatever the size of the turbine, those effects will happen.
Can we then turn to I just want to make sure I've got my numbering right. Can we turn please to the 2019 FEI, which is one core document 1.3.1b. And I'd like to go to have that, Mr. Mason, please, to page 15 of 76.
Yes, I'm there.
Thanks very much. And 15 of 76, I think we can see it's within section A4, or it's dealing with section A4, which is dealing with, we can see at the very top, changes to the project description of the post development. So it's looking at what the sort of changes are and explaining what they are, I think. But can we just turn, please, to the bottom right-hand corner of the page? So it's paragraph A421.
Yep.
And we can see that's discussing balancing environmental effects against the need for efficient generation. I mean, you see, it said through the design process, the concept driving the proposed development has been to maximize output in a way which ensures the project is efficient and economically sustainable, and maximizes output and contribution to government policy renewable energy targets, but where environmental impacts are minimized so far as possible. Now, first of all, is that an unusual design approach, so to speak, for this type of development?
No, it's the standard approach. Clearly, it's important to try to maximise the benefit of the scheme, but without whilst keeping environmental effects reasonable.
And then we can see reference to it being an optimal wind farm location. But we go on to the next paragraph. It says, this iterative process alongside technology development has resulted in the opportunity for fewer turbines to be used, deliver 62 megawatts of generation potential while balancing planning and environmental constraints. And so just pausing there for a moment. There's a reference there to technology development. What do you understand being referred to there as technology development, Mr. Mason?
Well, the industry has developed the capability of building larger turbines that produce more energy from one location.
So that's effectively the fact we're now talking about larger turbines, i.e. 180 meters, or potentially in the case of Strathy South, 200 meters.
Yes.
Now, were those sort of turbines being proposed onshore back in 2011 or 2013 when the original ES was being done?
No. And I think I said yesterday that at the time that 145 meter turbines were proposed, that was considered to be the outer limit of the envelope onshore at that time. So as time goes on, these machines, the potential has grown, and indeed the availability of smaller machines declines in the market because the industry is producing those larger machines with greater output in preference to smaller machines. So, I mean,
it seemed almost to be a sort of, I don't think it was ever quite put this way, but there seemed to be almost a hint of criticism in the questioning about why weren't we testing higher than 145 meters in 2011 or 2013? Would there have been any purpose in doing that at that time, Mr. Mason?
It wasn't considered because there simply wasn't a commercial option to build.
Right. And the fact that 145 was alighted upon in 2013, was that effectively the tallest onshore turbines that were in the market at the time?
I'm not sure whether it was the absolute tallest, but it would have been certainly the region of the tallest, and it would have been a combination of factors between the preferred turbine suitable for the site.
Well, our friend has to be quite careful of leading the witness.
Sorry, Mr. Finley. Sorry. I'll try. I will try not to, Mr. Finley. So, is anything to be read into the fact in 2013 that 145 metres was being proposed as some sort of suggestion that that was the maximum height that would be suitable on this site, Mr.
No, I think I did say this yesterday that it was the tallest turbine we considered or were asked to consider, and I think it, we could at the time, had there been larger turbines available in the market, we could have done an exercise which sought to test turbines, larger and larger turbines, until we reached a threshold where we considered that there was an unacceptable effect. But that exercise wasn't done because we were simply working with the turbines available in the market at the time.
Just bear with me a moment. I just need to check. Yes. If we could please then just turn to page 30 within the same document, so it's page 30 of 76. And I think you'll recall you are taken to this table, and in particular to viewpoint 4. And the point was put to you that at the very beginning of the box that deals with the changes resulting from proposed development, at the very beginning of the box, we have the statement of slightly increased prominence of turbine blade due to the change in height, which is clearly there. I don't think, however, we went to we completed the sentence when you were being asked questions. Mr. Mason, what does it go on to say in that box, in that sentence?
Which, given the distance from the viewpoint, may not be obvious to the viewer.
Yep. Yeah, I think you've said this both in your report and you were also dealing with it yesterday. But just so it's absolutely clear, Mr. Mason, in both the 2015 and the 2019 further assessments that were undertaken, what was the baseline that was used for the assessment?
The baseline was a situation where there was no wind farm at Strathy Wood.
Now, I hope we don't actually need to go to this, but again, the question was being asked, or it may be you'll want to go to it. But let's just go for one. It's CD 1.4.1. CD 1.4.1. And it was page 15 of 69, where there's a table of cumulative speeds set out there. And we can see in the first line there, Mr. Mason, if you've got there, that
I'm there now.
Strathy North is said to be 425 metres from Strathy Wood. What I wasn't clear about, and I'm not sure whether it tells us actually, are we measuring from nearest turbine to nearest turbine when we look at that figure, or is that from site to site boundary, or do you not know?
I can't. That seems pretty close for turbines, so I would say probably site boundaries. But
I mean, it is possible, ma'am. If you possible, you can find out just how that was done, if that helps you, ma'am. But I'm not sure I could spot anywhere where it actually tells us. Can you just check on that, and we can come back to the.
I'll check on that, but I'm pretty confident that 425 metres is too close for two commercial wind turbines to be together. So I'm confident at this stage that it will be
site boundaries.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. That's a very helpful point Mr. Fraser raises, and it would be helpful to have the answer, because I'd assumed, probably incorrectly, that we were looking at distance between turbines. But it would be useful if Mr. Mason, if I can ask Mr. Mason to supply the distance between the site boundaries and the distance between the closest turbines, both for Strathy North and Strathy South, so that we have the.
Sure.
I'm
so we can make submissions on.
I'm sure he can do that, Mr. Finney, and I'm happy for him to do so. I suspected you thought that, but I wasn't convinced myself, which is why I've asked the question. Always dangerous to ask a question you don't know the answer to, but anyway, there we go.
Could I just briefly ask, when you're talking about providing information, are we wanting to hear that before the end of this week, or something following on or later today? Just a kind of time scale.
I was hoping it could be done before the end of this week, certainly, ma'am. Mr. Mason, do you have any idea of time scale?
I was thinking it would be today. So.
Okay, that's excellent. So if we can get an update, maybe perhaps followed up with a little bit of paperwork, and add it into our considerations. Thank you.
Now, I think that point was covered later, actually, but I had down to that. Yes, can we turn next, please, to CD 11.8? And I just want to check I have the right page for this, but I'll just bear with me a moment. I've got the wrong page. I'm sorry, just give me a second. Yes, sorry. It's page 32 of 50 in the document, please, Mr. Mason, if you could go to it, please.
Yes, I'm there now.
And I think at the top of the page, effectively, just before page paragraph 4.11, there's 4 different boxes with different layouts, and we have to bear in mind, as you and Mr. Finley acknowledged, I think yesterday, that these are sort of schematic to sort of explain the principle, so to speak. But I think it was particularly the third box that your attention was being drawn to, Mr. Mason, and that one, if I understand it, seems to show in the centre of the drawing turbines, which certainly to the eye seem to be smaller than the ones behind them.
Yes.
Showing. Now, is that a situation that if we were looking at the views from the north, concern is being expressed about, is that a situation that we would experience in the views from the north?
Well, it's the same relationship, but the difference in scale is dramatically different. So we have larger turbines further away, but the degree of distance is such that the effective perspective is to make the turbines look similar rather than. So I think there's several orders of difference of turbine scale in this image.
So can we sort of use that as a fair representative of what we might expect here?
It's not a fair representation, no.
And then I think if we just go on to 4.11 and look at the text that's underneath it, please, Mr. Mason, we can see a key factor determining the cumulative impact of wind farms is the distinct identity of each group. This relates to their degree of separation and similarity of design. This applies whether they are part of a single development, a wind farm extension, or a separate wind farm in a wider group. And so, just pausing there, first of all, this discussion as to whether it's appearing as an extension or as a separate wind farm, is that seen to be a determinative issue as far as this guidance is concerned?
The determinative issue seems to be the similarity of design rather than. I think here that what is being said is that if the design of the turbines is distinctly different, that the advice is that they should appear clearly separate. I would argue that in this instance, the proportions of the turbines are very similar, and the variable distances of turbines within both groups is such that they do assimilate well to create a coherent group.
You anticipated my next question, Mr. Mason. Thank you. And then we can see, it goes on to say, a wind farm, if located close to another of similar design, may appear as an extension. However, if it appears at least slightly separate and of different design, it may conflict with the other development. Now, we can see that an issue is raised there about wind farms, slightly separate and of different design. Does the advice tell us what will happen in such a situation?
Yes, it advises that in these cases, if a landscape is unable to accommodate the scale of a combined development, wind farm groups should appear clearly separate.
Well, I think that's perhaps the next point, actually, Mr. Mason. If we just go back to the sentence we're looking at, a wind farm located close to another of similar design may appear as an extension. However, if it appears at least slightly separate and of different design, it may conflict with the other developments. Now, what issue is being raised there, Mr. Mason?
That's the issue. The issue there is that if the difference between the scales of turbines is sufficient, then they will conflict with one another. And in this instance, I believe that doesn't arise because the proportions and scale brought in combination with perspective mean that they are of similar design.
Yeah. And is that something that, I mean, is that something that sort of arises automatically, or is that something that requires an assessment, Mr. Mason?
It requires testing and it requires assessment, yes.
Yes. Can we then turn, please, to the report of handling, which I think is called document 2.1, Mr. Mason? And you were asked some questions about 10.57 of the document.
Yes, I'm there now.
And 10.57, I think, discusses what should be done with respect to a number of different viewpoints to address the council's concern.
Yes.
As we can see from 10.56. Now, with respect to viewpoint 7, what is it that is sought with respect to viewpoint 7 to address their concerns?
The removal of turbines 13 and 15, which have been recommended for us in relation to several viewpoints, are said to tidy the view by removing some stacking.
So if we just go back to viewpoint 7, and we just need to look at one of the documents that has the wireframe on, so we can see which ones are which. I'm looking at the figure A715C, which is I think page 26 of 85, or we can look at the 2021 CLVIA if that's better, the one you want.
I've got the CLVIA.
Okay, well, we'll look at that one then. So that one, I think we need to look at figure G3, I think, if I remember correctly, is that right?
G3, yes.
G3. So we can see that we can see where 15 and 13 are. Now, if we if we look at, I think looking from that direction to the left is to the east or the southeast, effectively. Is that
Southeast.
yeah, southeast, effectively. So if we look at turbines 15 and 13, are they in fact the most easterly or southeasterly turbines on the site?
No, there are two. The turbines 3 and turbine 19 are further east.
So we'd see them further to the east. So I think what seems to be happening there is 13, 15 and 8 are all roughly in line of view. So we got some stacking there, I think.
Yes.
That right. So what's being proposed is to effectively tidy up the site, which I'm assuming needs to remove that stacking. Although I think we'd still have stacking with 3 and 19. Is that right?
Yeah, 19 and 3 would still stack, and there's obviously some stacking in Strathy North evident from this viewpoint as well.
But anyway, in any event, insofar as concerns are being raised about apparent crossing of the Strath and eastward extension and everything from viewpoint 7, would the simple removal of turbines 15 and 13 remove all of that, Mr.?
No, because the extent of turbine, the furthest turbines to the east are 3 and 19. So turbines 5 and 16 and 4 are all, and also turbine 8, which is the one in the same cluster as 13 and 15, are effectively extending that array across to the east.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I think that's all I have for you at the moment. No, I think that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of Mr. Mason's evidence. I'm wondering whether we should take this chance to have a short break, just 10 minutes, allow us to prepare information, and then we'll look at Gillian Pearson's evidence. Is that okay? We'll just stop for 10 minutes. So we'll start at 25 past. Right, that's just after 10:25. Thank you. That break was helpful, just getting ourselves organised for the next session. Just to advise you, it's just to watch for that kind of break, maybe an hour's time, perhaps 10:30, 11:45. So we have definitely one more break before we stop for lunch, just to make it easier for us all with these virtual meetings. It is more tiring on the eyes. So over to Mr. Finlay and Ms. Pearson. Thank you.
Pearson, good morning. Before I ask you to start, perhaps you could just explain the status of your connection, and that you might have a little lag in the timeline, although it's not causing any significant problems. But if you could just explain that, and then we'll get going. You're on mute, I think.
Sorry. Yeah, there's just a slight delay with my connection at the moment, just due to the nature of the council laptops. We have to log in through a VPN network, so it does make the internet run slightly slower than it should. It's not a significant issue, but if I'm not speaking, it's probably just because I haven't finished hearing the question yet.
Thank you. Your name is Gillian Pearson. You have a Bachelor of Science degree in Urban and Regional Planning, and you've been a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute since 2011.
Yep.
Just because Mr. Mason expressed some concern over your experience yesterday, in your report at 3.2 and 3 and 4, 5, you set out the nature of your experience involving Section 36 applications and dealing with wind farms and EIA legislation and the like.
Yeah, that's right. I started working in development management in 2012, so just short of 10 years. During that time, I have dealt with a number of applications subject to the EIA process, not just renewable energy developments, substations, quarry applications, golf course applications, and on a number of levels from local up to national scale developments.
Thank you. And one further question, in terms of your involvement with this process, I think we heard yesterday that a different officer was involved initially. Roughly when did you start becoming involved with this process, so that parties can be aware of that? Yeah,
that's correct. So I became aware of this application and started dealing with it in August 2009 when the further environmental information was submitted.
Did you mean 2009, I'm going to lead on this, or 2019?
Sorry, 2019, yes.
Could we take the report of handling? I've got 5 supplementary points to ask you. Some of them, one of them is reasonably lengthy, the others are all fairly short. So that's CD 2.1. And turn to paragraph 1054.
Okay.
And it says here that we're looking at viewpoint 4, viewpoint 16, which I think, in fact, we've been looking at this morning already, so we don't need to necessarily turn them up, but it says in the 5th line, from both locations, Strathy North scheme is not visible. However, the tips of Strathy South scheme would be seen. On reviewing that, would you like to comment further on that?
Yeah, on reviewing that, that information is incorrect. So the Strathy North scheme would be visible from both those viewpoints, with largely its blade tips showing, albeit at a significant distance.
Thank you. That was just that correction. Does that change or alter your evidence as to the impact of Strathy Wood at those viewpoints?
No, my concerns would remain the same at those 2 viewpoints as stated in the report.
Then the next matter I wanted to ask you about was to update the reporters on the progress of the application to extend in height Strathy South. I understand that there's a further environmental information has been produced by the applicants. The consultation period is not due to end to the 14th of May. Could you confirm that and then give a rough indication of the timetable thereafter?
Yeah, that's correct. So some further information, further environmental information has been submitted, which is currently being reviewed by the Highland Council. Our timescales for reporting on the application are now the summer of this year. And I understand that there is an outstanding objection from Nature Scott on it.
The third and equally short matter was to pick up on one of the queries, I think, from Ms. Hayward. Is there anywhere in Highland region that one can, or any wind farm one can visit to see the effects of lighting on wind turbines?
Yeah, there's a wind farm, an operational wind farm at Corrymoyley near Garve in Highland, which is lit with aviation lighting in dark surroundings, which would be a good example should the reporters wish to see it in situ.
Obviously, one that would have to bear in mind, one wouldn't know whether the lighting was exactly the same type as being proposed for this current wind farm, but that is an example of a wind farm being lit in dark surroundings.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that's correct.
Mr. Finney, can I just interrupt? And I see Mr. Mason's still here as well. If you could just get together to see if that actually is the same as what's proposed here, and if it isn't, maybe somewhere else that we can go and have a look. That would be helpful.
We'll do our best. That was the quickest we could come up with this morning, but and I added that caveat because it may be that Mr. Mason and the Highland Council can get together and either explain the differences in the lighting that is there, and or suggest somewhere else for you to consider. The penultimate point is to take Mr. Mason's report, which I think is CD 15.2. And I think the differences between you and E are pretty clear now, but if we turn to paragraph 8.1.4, which is probably electronic page 30, but written page 29, there should be a paragraph with 4 bullet points.
Yep, I've got that.
And it's really the 4th bullet point that I wanted to ask you about, and your view about whether, and perhaps it chimes with the questions Mr. Fraser was asking Mr. Mason this morning with respect to the SNH guidance, whether these Strathy North and Strathy would appear as separate wind farms, albeit very close together, or as one as an extension of the other.
It's my view, having reviewed all of the information, that they would appear as separate wind farms due to the differences in scale, overall height, rotor diameter, and so forth. And from some viewpoints, it is my view that they would appear as separate wind farms, albeit very close together.
And the slightly longer and last question I want to ask you about is to ask you to go to 3 viewpoints and comment further on those in the light of Mr. Mason's evidence and in the context of paragraphs 1055 to 1057 of your report of handling. So one would need CD 2.1, which is your report of handling.
Mm-hmm.
And then if one has in paper copy or otherwise the most recent FEI January 2021, which I think is CD 1.4.1 and the figures and that. I wasn't going to take you through all the viewpoints, but I was going to start at viewpoint 19. But before I go there, I just want to ask you about how your report of handling should be read, because you'll recall Mr. Fraser was re-examining Mr. Mason by reference to viewpoint 7 and paragraph 1057. and suggesting that you were only seeking the removal of turbines 13 and 15. But does paragraph 1057 sit by itself, or is it meant to be read with any other paragraph, and if so, which one?
It's meant to be read with paragraph 1055 and in particular the table set out in that paragraph. So that was a summary of some changes that the applicant had suggested following our discussions with them regarding our concerns on visual impact. They presented a number of suggested amendments as presented in the table in 1055. So the comments in 1057 were what the council sought over and above the changes presented in the table in paragraph 1055. So that whole section needs to be read in conjunction with both those paragraphs.
And the importance of that appears to be stressed in 1056, where the words "in addition to the above alterations" are put in italics. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So if we go, I think I was going to ask you to look at viewpoints 6, 18 and 19. I will maybe easier to hand over to you, whichever order you've got them in. And if you take them in turn, and if there are any particular, what I would like you to do is talk through the viewpoints and talk through your suggestions, which have been subject to criticism in 1055 to 1057 of your report.
So if I take them in order, beginning at viewpoint 6, which is to the east of Melvich, my concerns in relation to this viewpoint are largely set out in 1052.
Sorry, can I just ask you to slow down a bit, please, because we do have to take some notes of that. So viewpoint 6 first, then.
Yeah, sorry.
So usually I would say watch the reporter's pen, but that can be quite difficult when they're on the screen. But watch their metaphorical pen, and we'll see how we get on.
Okay, so if we begin at viewpoint 6, I'll take them in order of the viewpoints Mr. Finlay would like to go through. So viewpoint 6 to start with. My concerns in relation to this viewpoint are already set out in the report of handling at 1052. And our suggested amendments to this viewpoint are set out in 1055 and 1057. So from this viewpoint, we considered that if the turbines were reduced in scale with the removal of certain turbines, it would address our concerns regarding the visual impact from this location.
So if we just look at the particular, so for instance, if one was to go to figure F3, where we have a wire line with the numbered turbines, and we could see that from the table, turbines 3, 4, 8 and 19 would be lowered in height.
That's correct, yes. So in addition to this, it was turbines 15, 13, 8, 5 and 3 also raised concerns in terms of their impact as well. So we did suggest that they were reduced in scale to appear more commensurate with the turbines at Strathy South, which would have aided in addressing our concerns from that particular viewpoint.
And I'm grateful now, just to pick up another of the criticisms made of you, suggested that you were trying to pick and choose between viewpoints and design a wind farm by reference to particular viewpoints. Was that your intention to carry out some form of design exercise yourself? Or what was it?
No, essentially what I was seeking to do was to outline our concerns to the applicant and the ultimately the solution in terms of what we were seeking to address. So it was our concerns in relation to visual impact and how those could be addressed. So for example, if we take that viewpoint that I've just discussed, essentially what I was trying to convey was that the turbines should be more in keeping with the existing turbines in that view, the existing and consented turbines, rather than trying to redesign it and make design iterations myself. Essentially, what I was trying to do is advise that the turbines could be lowered in height, and that would achieve the effect of addressing our concerns around visual impact.
Thank you. Is there anything specific you want to say about viewpoint 6, or should we move on to the next viewpoint?
I'm happy to move on to the next viewpoint.
I think that's viewpoint 18. So if we just give, which is figure R in the documentation for 1.4.1F, I'll just give everyone a little bit of time to get there. This is Strathy Beach Cemetery car park.
Yeah, in terms of this viewpoint, my assessment is summarised in 1051 of the report. The viewpoints on the north coast essentially are what gives us the greatest concern in terms of the visual impact of this development. And it is from these viewpoints, viewpoint 18 and 19, that the development would, in my opinion, appear as a separate wind farm to the existing and consented schemes due to the difference in scale, which would be apparent from these viewpoints.
Just so that that last answer isn't misinterpreted, are you restricting your concerns to viewpoints 18 and 19, or are you, because the reason for refusal refers to the further viewpoints?
No, I'm not restricting our concerns to these particular viewpoints. I was just highlighting that it is of a scale that apparent it would appear as a separate wind farm from this location.
Now, if we look at perhaps the wire line at R2 or even R3, whichever, perhaps R2, we can see the numbering there. And I'm just going through the same exercise by reference to paragraph 1057 of your report of handling. We know that 3, 5, and 8 and 19 were to be have hub heights or blade, they were to be lowered anyway. But for the purposes of this hypothetical exercise, and what further suggestions did you have for viewpoint 18?
I had suggested that the turbines essentially to the left of the view there, 3, 19, 13, 15, and 8 could be reduced in scale so that they would be screened by the topography from that location and therefore not visible. This would then allow the remainder of the turbines, if they were also reduced slightly in height, to appear part of the existing and consented schemes rather than being of a scale markedly different, appearing as a separate wind farm and continuing the horizontal spread significantly from that location.
And two further questions, and once given we've got this open, one can see that the Strath or valley heading southwards. I imagine it is from this point, albeit given the lighting of the photograph, there's clear shadow on the right-hand side of the Strath. Obviously, the reporters will have been to the site and formed their own view, but in terms of the Mr. Mason's comments about the Strath being indistinct or not as distinct as some other Straths he's seen, what's your comment about the effect of the turbines effectively straddling across the Strath, as one can see by reference to the wireline?
I think this is a point of disagreement between myself and Mr. Mason as to the distinctiveness of this valley. And when this is viewed in the field, as you've highlighted there, this photography does cast a bit of a shadow. In real life conditions, it is much more pronounced, and the turbines would extend the horizontal spread across onto both sides of the strath, as well as placing the turbines in front of the hilltop views that are obtained from this location.
Give me a moment. Because I think his words were that the strath is a relatively minor feature. Is that something you would agree with or not?
I would disagree that it is a minor feature. I think when these photomontages are viewed in real life conditions, it is certainly a feature of the landscape.
And then, do you have anything further to say about, if you want to add to what you've already said in evidence about viewpoint 18?
No, I'm happy to move on to the next viewpoint.
So viewpoint 19 should hopefully be fairly easy to get to. Being the next viewpoint, it's figure S, or figure KK, one's looking electronically. Strathy point, and if you go to figure S3, again, perhaps you talk us through, first of all, your report on that in terms of the turbines that might be removed or lowered, in your view, to ameliorate the impact of the discrepancy in height and design of the turbines.
And so in addition to the suggested amendments put forward to the applicant, I had suggested the removal of turbines 13 and 15, which is a common theme in our suggested amendments. Those were common offenders in particular, and with a reduction in height of turbines 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 26, in order to tie in better with the consented and existing turbines in the view.
And then just asking you to keep one figure in page S3 with the existing view, the photograph of the existing view where we see Strathy North there, and then turn forward to S5, but particularly S6, where one has the S6 being the 75 millimeter photomontage. In terms of the difference in size between the proposals, how notable do you consider it to be?
From this location, I consider the difference in scale to be particularly apparent, not just in terms of the overall height, but in terms of the rotor diameter, the hub height, and the overall scale of the wind farm, in my view, does appear as a significantly larger scale than the existing turbines in the view. Very little in the way of topography to screen it.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything further on any of those photo montages?
No.
In which case I shall pass over to the tender mercies of Mr. Fraser. Thank you very much.
Yes, we're fine to continue, Mr. Fraser. I think it's 10 to 11, so we should at least get another 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so before we need to take a break.
I'm happy with that, ma'am. Thank you very much. Hopefully, you also got, I think, a list of documents I think I'll be probably referring to.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Pearson.
Good morning.
I'm not quite sure, how would you prefer me to address you? Is it Mrs., whichever way?
It's Mrs.
Mrs., thank you very much, okay. Yeah, good morning, Mrs. Pearson. Mrs. Pearson, I think it's right to say, isn't it, that you don't profess to have any professional landscape qualification.
Yes, that's correct.
And as I understand it also, the assessment of the visual impacts in the handling report, that's your own assessment.
Yep, that's correct. I was assisted in the preparation of the report by my colleague Simon Heinsohn, who's the team leader of our major projects team, and the report was signed off by our area planning manager. So both of my colleagues in that respect signed off on my assessment.
And I think they're both also professional planning officers.
That's correct.
So I think it's right to say, isn't it, that there wasn't anybody on the part of the council who provided what might be termed professional landscape or visual input with qualifications in that area. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that you don't suggest that you have the same level of expertise in this field in assessing visual impact as somebody such as Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason, as I understand it, is a landscape architect with qualifications in that regard. Planning officers are competent in assessing visual impact, which we regard as being separate to landscape impact.
Yes, but I think it would be generally recognised, wouldn't it, Mrs. Pearson? Generally recognised that a landscape architect with qualifications and experience of Mr. Mason have more experience and expertise in assessing visual impacts than planning officers.
I would slightly disagree. I think planning officers are able to assess visual impact. It's a skill that doesn't require a qualification in landscape architecture as assessing a landscape impact would. So I would disagree that we are any less able and competent in assessing visual impact.
Oh, very well. You see, I'd suggest.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Fraser. You're coming across very quiet here. I don't know if you need to get a bit closer to your microphone or something.
I'm sorry. I'll do my best, ma'am. Thank you for warning me. Thank you. I'm trying not to sound as if I'm shouting, so to speak. Too. So if I sound like I'm raising my voice, Mrs. Pearson, it's simply to make sure I'm heard rather than shouting. Mrs. Pearson, I have to say, I would suggest to you that it would be normal in situations such as this to give weight to an expert witness who has particular expertise in the issue that's being considered. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
But you claim to have equal experience and expertise in this matter for visual impact as a landscape architect. Is that correct?
Yes, the issue of visual impact can be assessed. There's no particular qualification required for someone to undertake their own assessment of visual impact.
If we turn then, please, if we could take out your report of handling, Mrs. Pearson, and could we turn to paragraph 10.46?
Okay.
And in 10.46, you tell us visual impact assessment is largely subjective and dependent on the application of professional judgment. So I think you certainly are of the view, as I understand it. Well, sorry, I should just confirm. Paragraph 10.46 is your view, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
You certainly seem to be of the view, as I understand it, 10.46, that an assessment of visual impact depends upon the application of professional judgment. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also draw attention to what you say is it's largely subjective. Now, I would suggest to you, Mrs. Pearson, that because there is this subjective element or subjective response to visual impact, That's the very reason why we need expertise in undertaking the assessment.
Yes, to a certain extent, I would agree with that. It is a subjective matter. That's something that was, drawn out in the evidence given yesterday by John Mason. Also, it is a subjective area. But just coming back to the point about, qualifications, I would disagree that a specific landscape qualification is required in order to assess visual impact.
But it's not just, I have to say, it isn't, you keep referring to the specific landscape qualification. It isn't just, of course, the specific landscape qualification. It is the years of experience in addressing it and the expertise that is built up we're looking at as well, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And one of the values of an informed expert judgment on these matters, bearing in mind that you've identified it has a subjective element, is that it provides the opportunity for as transparent and reasoned as an assessment as is possible, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep. And indeed, the person providing that can then draw upon their experience of previous proposals and their impacts, can't they?
Yes.
And in trying to do all of that, of course, we try to make it as objective an assessment as we can, don't we?
Yes.
Which is why, as I come back to it, the importance of the professional experience and expertise is so significant in this field, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of that question?
Yes, that is why the expertise and the experience in this field is so important, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
I have to suggest really that none of that really sits very comfortably with the suggestion further on in paragraph 10.46 that no particular expertise is required.
Yeah, I would agree the wording of that paragraph is not possibly how it was intended. It was intended to read that there's no particular, landscape qualification required in order to assess visual impact, as I've referred to there.
You see, I have to say it's almost betraying a slight sensitivity to it at the outset, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson? A sensitivity.
Sorry.
Sorry, I left that hanging in the air a bit, perhaps. It is perhaps just betraying a slight sensitivity to the criticism that you expected might be coming towards you, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean about sensitivity.
It almost the argument that no particular expertise is required is almost an acknowledgement, isn't it, that the expertise that might have otherwise been expected is not being provided in this case.
No, I would disagree with that. I have extensive experience in assessing landscape and visual impact assessments and environmental impact assessments that has been established over a number of years. So I certainly wouldn't expect criticism that I wasn't capable of doing such a procedure.
And I don't understand actually why you then draw the distinction between assessing visual impact and assessing landscape impact.
The impacts are judged as being separate, so landscape impacts are a different entity to a visual impact, and we do draw a distinction between the two.
Yes, I know, and you seem to suggest that you do require expertise to undertake a landscape impact assessment, but not a visual. And I'm asking why do you need the expertise in one and not the other?
The assessment of visual impact is very much dependent on the view from certain viewpoints and the receptors from those viewpoints. So that can be judged by a planner on site, whereas landscape impact is perception of a development on a particular landscape. And that procedure would benefit from, a particular expertise in order to make that assessment.
Well, that's an interesting answer. So the point you're making, as I understand it, is that visual impact is really dependent upon simply views from a particular viewpoint.
And the wider area, obviously, in terms of assessing a particular proposal, it is based on the viewpoints that are provided in terms of photo montages that they are used to form the assessment, as well as visits to the wider area. But the actual detail of the proposal is presented as photo montages from a set of viewpoints.
Yes, but the photo montages and the viewpoints are always put forward, aren't they, in an assessment of this type, as representative of not just that viewpoint, but a wider area. So the idea that we're just viewing from particular viewpoints and undertaking an assessment from those rather illustrates the criticism, if I might put it that way, that Mr. Mason was making of your approach yesterday, which is really you're just trying to design from particular viewpoints rather than looking at the wider area. Isn't that correct, Mrs. Pearson?
No, what I actually said there was that the information is presented as a series of viewpoints and photo montages, but the assessment also does include the wider context of the area, and as you've noted, those viewpoints are representative of that.
Right. So you see, I'm struggling why the distinction is drawn by you between the need for expertise for a landscape assessment and the lack of such a need for a visual impact assessment.
That's because visual impact is a subjective assessment that can be undertaken essentially by anyone from a review of the information, whereas landscape impact is related to the perception of a development on a particular landscape, such as the landscape character, and that would be assessed by a landscape architect.
Well, I'll have to make my submissions on that, Mr. Pearson. Can I just understand another point that you're making in 10.46 though, because in 10.46, you refer to the acceptability in quotation marks of the proposal at the end of the paragraph. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope we can agree on this, Mrs. Pearson. There is a difference between whether a proposal has significant adverse visual impacts and whether it is acceptable, isn't that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And indeed, I think it's generally acknowledged, isn't it, that all wind turbine proposals will inevitably have some significant adverse visual and usually landscape impacts.
Yeah, that's correct.
So the mere fact that there are identified significant adverse impacts, either be the landscape or visual, doesn't of itself mean that a proposal will be unacceptable.
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, as I understand it, apart from an issue about whether the correct baseline has been used for the environmental impact assessment, or the revised ones, I think is what we're talking about really, you take no issue with the methodology that was being used by Mr. Mason.
That's correct.
And indeed, I don't understand you to rely upon any alternative methodology.
That's correct.
Indeed, I'm not sure that we actually see any methodology set out in your assessment, do we?
In terms of the methodology used for my assessment of visual impact. So I have followed the same methodology as presented in the environmental impact assessment in terms of magnitude of change, sensitivity of receptor, and the significance of effects, and whether that represents an acceptable impact.
So you've adopted that methodology, is what you're saying, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, the issue that you raise, I think, with respect to the environmental information is where, and I don't think it's anything to do with the original ES, it's the subsequent environmental information, the further information, I think, is whether the correct baseline has been used, i.e. whether the baseline of there being no development on the Strathy Wood site has been used, I think is effectively the issue you raised, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
The issue that I've raised in my report of handling is the presentation of the further environmental information in terms of it reading in certain areas as a comparative exercise rather than a fresh assessment.
Well, I'm interested in the way you rephrased my question, if I might. You seem now to be suggesting it's really simply a presentational issue rather than a criticism of the baseline that was being used for the assessment. Am I misunderstanding your answer?
No, that's correct. I accept that the baseline for the assessment was no turbines. However, the the presentation of the further environmental information doesn't actually assign any significant or not significant impacts. Rather, it refers to the previous environmental statement and says no change to those conclusions rather than assigning a particular impact, which was my concern in terms of how the assessment had been undertaken.
Well, I mean, even if there were any real basis for concern, I think in any event, the agreed position between us is that there is adequate environmental information on landscape and visual effects in order for both the reporters to report and the Scottish ministers to come to a decision. That's correct, I think.
Yes, that's correct. As acknowledged in my report of handling and also in the schedule of agreed matters, there is sufficient information on which to base a conclusion.
And if we just look at the issue very briefly, although I don't think we do need to take much time on it now. Can we turn first of all to core document 1.3.1a, please?
Sorry, Mr. Fraser, could you repeat that document number again?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, it's core document 1.3.1. Not A, sorry, it's B actually. Can't read my own writing. I do apologise. It's the Further Environmental Information Report, Volume 2.
Yeah, thanks, I've got that.
And if we just turn to paragraph, sorry, to page 7 of 76, I do apologise, 7 of 76.
Okay.
And we can see at the bottom, in sort of bottom right-hand corner of that page, 8.1.3, Further Environmental Information Report 2019. See that, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, I can see that.
And we can see coming off that it explains in that paragraph that much of the second sentence, really about the fourth line down, much of the assessment reported within the 2013 ES and the subsequent 2015 FEI is still relevant to the proposed development. Therefore, the 2019 FEI doesn't seek to repeat text or replace the existing documents except where changes in the baseline assessment methodology or assessment results have been identified. This FEIA should be read in conjunction with the 2013 ES and the 2015 FEIA and sets out how the predicted effects of the development differ from that presented in previous documents. In addition, other relevant changes that have occurred since the previous FEI will be noted, such as changes in guidance. So, I mean, I think, to be fair to the authors of the FEIA, they set out very clearly what they were doing and how they were going to do it, didn't they? So this presentational issue that you raise a concern about, that was explained in 8.1.3, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. The approach is set out there and it's clear what the further environmental information is trying to do. However, when reading it, I did have concerns, and I do still have concerns that it reads as a comparative exercise, which does make the assessment more difficult given it's laid out over separate documents, and it doesn't assign significant or otherwise effects in its own right. It refers back to previous conclusions and assesses whether there has been any change to those conclusions.
And certainly with respect to the baseline, it makes it clear in that paragraph, doesn't it, that the baseline is as previously set out unless otherwise identified. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And then if we just turn quickly to within the same document to page 27, please.
Okay, I've got that.
And then if page 27, right up in the top left corner, we can see A7.3 baseline description.
Yeah.
And we can see it's, I'm sorry, I should say, this is, of course, if we just flick back a page, I think you'll see it's or 2 pages. A7 is dealing with landscape and visual, isn't it? You see that from page 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. said that at the outset, I'm sorry. But we can see very clearly, we can see that the assessment baseline is described within the 2013 ES and followed in the 2015 FEI remains largely unchanged. The principal exception is considered material to the current FEI is the change in the cumulative baseline subsequent to May 2015, which is described below. So it very clearly actually not only doesn't assert, so to speak, that the baseline on the site has changed at all, it makes it very clear that that is as in 2013, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And I think effectively the same approach, I suspect we don't really need to go through it, like I can give you the references if you want, but effectively the same approach had been taken in the 2015 FEI, hadn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Now, I think we've already agreed effectively, Mrs. Pearson, that any wind farm will inevitably have some adverse visual impact. And that's something I think, to be fair, we have to acknowledge and take into account when we assess the visual impact of any particular proposal.
That's correct, yes.
We also have to bear in mind, don't we, that there is policy support for wind farm development because of the renewable energy benefits that arise from it.
That's correct. There is broad policy support for renewable energy development expressed in Scottish planning policy and within the Highland Council's own development plans, subject to a detailed assessment against various criteria.
And so there is an acceptance that in some locations there will effectively have to be some adverse visual impacts to bring forward these renewable energy benefits.
Yes, I would acknowledge that there will be significant adverse impacts with any wind farm development. What we are seeking to do as part of our assessment is establish whether those impacts render a particular scheme as being unacceptable. And that's dependent on a number of factors.
I think that was a yes to my question. You took it down a slightly different line, if I might say so, Mr. Pierce, but I think it was a yes that effectively there is policy acceptance that in some locations there will have to be some adverse visual impacts to achieve these renewable energy benefits.
I believe the policy context acknowledged that there will inevitably be significant impacts as a result of renewable energy development. The key criteria we are looking to assess is, are those impacts significantly adverse? Are they significantly detrimental such that it would render a proposal unacceptable?
Yeah. Still, I'm going to take that as you still haven't given me quite a direct answer. I'm going to take that as a yes to my question, unless you're telling me I shouldn't, Mrs. Pearson.
I don't fully agree that policy sets out an expectation that renewable development will result in significantly adverse impacts that need to be accepted in order to meet energy targets. I believe that policy sets out a requirement for each proposal to be considered on its own merits, and SPP sets out an expectation that it is the right development in the right place.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Pearson, I think you've again moved on to a slightly different question. Policy doesn't suggest, and I've never suggested to you, that any adverse impacts, no matter what they may be, are going to be acceptable. But it clearly identifies that some adverse impacts, visual impacts, as you've acknowledged, are inevitable with any wind farm proposal. You've also acknowledged with me that the fact that that there are some significant adverse visual impacts doesn't necessarily mean that the proposal is unacceptable. I think the logical end of those two concessions is that the policy accepts that some locations there will have to be some significant visual adverse impacts if we are to achieve the renewable energy benefits. That is really what the policy is telling us, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree with that. But ultimately, the policy is looking to establish whether those impacts would render a scheme as being unacceptable.
Now, there are many areas within Highlands, and we could turn to your supplementary guidance if we needed to see it, because there's some plans that show it. But there are many areas, both within Scotland and within the Highlands, which are not suitable for wind farm development. They're the Group 1 and normally the Group 2 areas, aren't they?
That's correct, yes.
And it's therefore, I think, important to make good use of those areas where there is capacity for wind farm development, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yeah, so what our onshore wind energy document looks to do is screen out certain criteria. So the Group 1 areas are areas where there would be significant protection from wind farm development. That includes national scenic areas and so forth. Group 2 areas are areas with protection due to some constraints. And Group 3 areas are those areas remaining once the Group 1 and 2 areas have been screened out, and those proposals within those locations still need to be assessed in terms of localised impacts.
Now, it is right to say that some part of the site is within Group 2, but that is for reasons which are not associated with landscape and visual impact. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, the reasons why those parts are within Group 2 have been addressed. So there's no issue about this. This site, effectively, for present purposes, is appropriately treated as a Group 3 site, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Happy to acknowledge that.
I'm sorry. And indeed, to be fair to you, you actually also do acknowledge that it's accepted that there is some scope for a large-scale wind farm on this site. So this site is indeed one of those locations where it has been identified by the council there is capacity for further wind farm development. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it's within a Group 3 area where the council identifies land as being with potential for further wind farm development. That's correct.
And therefore, it is important, isn't it, that as good use is made of this area as it is possible, obviously bearing in mind whatever environmental impacts that might have.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, again, policy recognises, doesn't it, that technology is shifting to larger wind turbines. And we see that, for example, in the onshore wind policy statement.
That's correct.
And I think Mr. Mason set out relevant extracts from that at paragraph 5.1.5 of his inquiry report. I don't think you take any issue with the parts that he set out. So if you just very quickly flick to that, if you could, it's page 18 of his report.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you very much. It's acknowledged in that advice that the shift towards larger turbines can present challenges, identifying landscapes with the capacity to accommodate them. But it also identifies that there are benefits, in actual fact, potentially from having an increasing amount of energy generated by fewer turbines. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And so, bearing those factors into account, we can see that Scottish Government fully supports the delivery of large wind turbines in landscapes judged to be capable of accommodating them without significant adverse impacts. Yeah?
That's correct, yes, that's what it says.
So, I think it must follow from that, mustn't it, that there is a recognition that over time we can expect the size of turbines, certainly in some areas, to increase.
That's correct.
And it must mean also, mustn't it, that we're not really to jump to the conclusion that the maximum height of turbines that could be accepted has been fixed by earlier developments. I'm not suggesting we don't look into how the new developments relate to each other. Make that clear at the outset, Mrs. Pearson. But there can be no suggestion, can there really, that the maximum size that's permissible has been set by earlier developments. That would just completely negate the policy in reality, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would agree. Essentially, it comes down to what it says in the last sentence of that statement is individual decisions on wind farms will continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Because, I mean, the situation is this, isn't it, that most of the areas capable of accommodating large-scale wind farms are likely already to have in Scotland are likely already to have some sort of development within them, aren't they?
Yes, I would agree that's fairly likely.
And indeed, interestingly, the position here, isn't it, with Strathy South, as I understand it, I think you refer to it yourself in your report, to be fair, with Strathy South, is that they are seeking to provide significantly larger turbines than those that they currently have consent for.
That's correct. They have a current application to increase the height.
Yeah, from I think it's from 135 to 200, isn't it?
That's correct.
And essentially, that's being advanced by the promoters of that scheme on the grounds of viability, isn't it?
I would assume so. I couldn't fully comment on that, having not reviewed the details of that application in full.
I must confess, I thought you'd actually said that in your report, but if you haven't, I do apologise. Is the situation that the council hasn't formed any view on that proposal yet?
That's correct.
So it's certainly not a situation where the council's looked at it and said it's just obvious this isn't acceptable.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to move on now to your reasons for objection, if I may, Mrs. Pearson, and I'm keeping an eye on the time, but I suspect we can probably deal with the first point, certainly before 10:30. So I think your reasons for objection we see at the beginning of core document 2.1. It's in the email that sort of is the sort of covering email, if I might put it that way, for the handling report, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we turn to the reasons for objection, I think it's fair to say, if we look at the first paragraph, the first part of the first paragraph simply referring us to policy, and then we see why you're objecting, and that is because it is concluded the wind farm would have a significantly detrimental visual impact, particularly as viewed by road users, recreational users of the outdoors, and residential receptors in the vicinity of the site. Correct, isn't it? So those are the issues that we're having to look at. We'll come on to the other details in a moment. But the issue that we've got to bear in mind is that its significant detrimental visual impact to road users, recreational users, and residential receptors. That's the concern the council has, isn't it?
That's correct.
And then we see identified where the particular concerns are. We're told particularly to the north, northeast, and south of the site. So those are the particular geographical locations, really, where you're particularly directing our attention to. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we can see, we're told it's demonstrated by a number of viewpoints, and then I think we get a bit more detail as to the reasons for that concern that you've identified in the first paragraph. And the reasons that you set out are that the proposed wind farm would be located on both sides of the Strat, significantly extending the horizontal spread of wind turbines. So that issue of crossing the Strat and horizontal spread is raised. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Secondly, I think you go on to say further, the proposed turbines are out of scale with the surrounding landforms and the scale of turbines within the existing consented developments. So you seem to raise an issue of scale, both in relation to the landform and the existing and consented developments. That's correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, you say, by virtue of the design and location of the proposed development, it would undo previously secured mitigation and have a significantly detrimental visual and cumulative impact. So it seems to me you're raising in your reasons for concern three issues, really. One is the issue of the horizontal spread. One is the issue of the scale. And the third is the issue of undoing previously secured mitigation. And I think those are the issues that the reason for review, or the reasons for objection, I should say, are really asking the Scottish ministers to look at, aren't they?
That's correct, yes.
Now, can I just understand, because I had always understood from the reason for objections set out there, that the issue of scale related both to landform and to comparison with the existing turbine. It did seem to me from some of the comments from Mr. Finley yesterday, he seemed to be suggesting it's only scale compared to the turbines rather than scale in relation to the surrounding landform. Is that right?
It's both aspects. It's the scale in relation to the existing and consented schemes, but also in relation to the landform, particularly as demonstrated from the viewpoints on the north coast.
Okay, fine. So those are the issues that we have to consider. Right. Now I'm going to start going into look at those now in a little more detail. I wonder, it's not quite 11:30, but is that a convenient place to stop for the moment?
Yeah, that makes sense. And then we can concentrate on the viewpoint analysis. Thank you. Let's stop for 10 minutes and we'll restart at 11:40. More than 10 minutes, but it's 12 minutes or so. 11:40. Right. See you then. I think that's everybody there that needs to be there. Back to you, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Excuse me, sorry. Mrs. Pearson, sorry, I asked you about the proposed amendments to Strathy South and whether that was due to viability, and you had seen it somewhere. Can I just take you, just so that there's no doubt about the matter, to core document 19.1, which is the statement of agreed matters, please? And to page 13 of the statement, please. And you'll see in section 7, it's dealing with the status of Strathy South. If you could just let me know when you've got there, Mrs. Wilson.
Did you say page 13?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the hard
Oh,
copy.
sorry.
So it may not be the
Yes,
page, but
I understand now.
sorry, yeah. You'll see section 7, status of Strathy South.
Yes, that's correct. I've got that now.
And I'm afraid the numbering goes a bit haywire because it gets to 1.7.1.3 and starts again. If you go to what 7.1.4, you'll see it explains and it's agreed that the variation application documents indicate that the reasons for seeking the variation are driven by considerations relating to the viability of the Strathy South scheme. The cover letter accompanying the variation application sets out the reasons for the variation and states the aim of the proposed variations is to increase the energy generation potential and efficiency of the site in order to allow for the wind farm to operate in the absence of subsidy. So I think it is agreed between us that it's a viability issue, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
So can we take out again, please, your handling report, please? I would like to turn now to paragraph 10.44.
Okay.
And I think there's 2 paragraphs in 10.44. It's the second one I want to go to, which starts this 2015 LVIA. You have that?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we can see 3 lines down. It says the council agrees with the assessment of impact on 2 viewpoints referred to in the LVIA, however, considers the impact across many of the remaining viewpoints as being significantly underplayed, and that overall the development would result in a significantly adverse visual impact on receptors when viewed from the settlement of Strathy on the north coast, Melvick further east on the A836, and then receptors in short range views as demonstrated by viewpoint 7, and further afield in longer distance views in the south of Porsenard. So insofar as we're looking for the locations that were being referred to, so to speak, in the reason for objection, referring to the north, northeast and south of the site, I think it's those locations that you then particularly flag up in 10.44 as where we should be looking. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But again, it's those areas really which we should be concentrating on, I think, to understand the council's objection. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's the viewpoint's located on the north coast, at the south at Forsenard.
Now, it may be that I'm reading too much into what's said in 10.44, Mrs. Pearson, and tell me if I am. But you refer there to visual impact on receptors when viewed from the settlement of Strathy on the north coast, and then you identify Melvick. Now, the wind turbines will not actually be visible from Melvick, will they?
From the set. Sorry.
Do you want to go to a ZTV to sort of show that if you need to?
Yeah, happy to do that.
Okay. So if we go, for example, to core document 1.3.1D, and then it's figure 7.4a within that document.
Sorry, which document was it? 1.3.1?
1.1.3D, which is the 2019 CI. I think it's the blade tip unscreened ZTV I'm going to. So, I mean, if the CLVIA, which has the same plan, I think, figure, I should say, really, and but under a different numbering, it is easier for you. We can do that, but it's the blade tip unscreened ZTV I'm going to.
I just wondered if we could have that document reference again, because I'm finding Mr. Fraser a little bit difficult to hear.
I am sorry. I'll try shouting even more. If I shout loud enough, you won't need the internet, but there we go. Core document 1.3.1D, please, and then it's figure A7-4A within it.
This is the blade tip on screen ZTV.
ZTV. And it's a simple point really, but that shows, doesn't it, that the wind turbines are not visible from Melvick.
I believe it shows that there would be some visibility if Melvick is represented by viewpoint 6.
But Melvick isn't represented by viewpoint 6, is it? Because if you look at what viewpoint 6 is, it's the A36 east of Melvick, which is clearly what it is, isn't it?
Yes, apologies. Yeah, that's correct. This is as noted in my report of handling.
Insofar as the report of handling seemed to be suggesting that the wind turbines would be visible from Melvick, it was clearly incorrect, wasn't it?
The wording of that paragraph is later explained in more detail in paragraph 52, which acknowledges that the viewpoint is from the road rather than the settlement itself.
But well, I'm not sure that 1052 does really quite clarify that. But we are in agreement, I hope now, that there isn't visibility from the settlement of Melvick.
That's correct.
So insofar as we're looking at visibility from settlement, it's really only visibility from Strathy that we're talking about, isn't it?
From settlements in themselves, that's correct, yes.
And the in 10.44, reference is made to receptors in short-range views as demonstrated by viewpoint 7. Now, viewpoint 7, of course, is on the access track, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, are you suggesting that there are short-range views other than from the access track?
That's correct, yes.
So you are suggesting that there are, or I'm asking you, are you suggesting that there are short-range views from anywhere else other than the access track that you're raising an issue about?
So there are short-range views of the wind farm if the area is accessed for recreation. There's also the residential receptor at viewpoint 7. That's what I was referring to by those short-range views.
Yeah, so really you're referring simply to views from the access track, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, sorry, to be fair, the access track and the residential receptor that you've identified. Now, if you then look at the area in the south, in the area of Porsenard, that I think is in the vicinity of viewpoints 4 and 15, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Which is about 14 or 15 kilometres, I think, away from the development.
That's correct. Viewpoint 4, for example, is 15 kilometres to the south.
I think 15 is just under, I rounded it up to be fair. I think it's about 13.8 from memory, but it's just under 14 kilometres effectively, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think again, if we need to, we can look at figure 7.4a that we were looking at. But I think, again, those are the only areas in the vicinity of 4 and 15 where you get views from the I think it's the A897, isn't it? I think it's mislabeled.
Mr. Fraser, just to let you know, you're breaking up. You're a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Has that come back now?
Can you speak again?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there's
Seems
a
okay
slight
for me.
delay.
I am sorry. I have to say, I lost.
Okay, let's carry on.
I lost you, ma'am, but not Mrs. Pearson and Mr. Finley. But can you both hear? Can everybody hear me now? Good. Sorry. The question I was putting to you, Mrs. Pearson, was I think in the vicinity of viewpoints 4 and 15 is the only area on the A897 where again there would be views of the turbines, isn't it?
That's correct. That is demonstrated by the ZTV that we're looking at.
I think the ZTV, I should just say, I think the ZTV confused me a bit at first because the legend at the top of the figure refers to the A987, but I think it's just transposed the numbers. It should be 897, I think, shouldn't it? That's the viewpoint 4.
That's correct.
And I mean, I think the situation is this also, isn't it? As is demonstrated by figure A74B. Now that was the one that was missing, wasn't it? Sorry, that we produced on Friday, so I've forgotten the core document number for that one. It was. I do apologise. Just bear with me a second. Yeah, sorry, that's core document 1.3.1L. I apologise. So that should be figure A74B if you have that.
Sorry, did you say 1.3.1?
L. They came in. They were only added, I think, on Friday because they're in the hard copies that everybody would have had of the FEI, but for some reason they didn't manage to find their way in the core documents that were added electronically. So it's figure A74B, and it's the tip height ZTV comparison between the 2015 and the 2019 schemes. You have that?
No, sorry, my core documents only go up to 1.3.1J. Don't have an L.
You don't have the hard copy then, I take it, of the FBI figures.
No, I've only got a hard copy of the cumulative.
Let me just check again.
If I could interject here, just to say that the L appeared as attached to an email yesterday.
Okay.
If you got that, it came through from Emma Reid.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I
with-
didn't realise you only got it yesterday, ma'am. I think it was sent through
Yeah.
on Friday, but you have it, do you, ma'am?
Yes, we got the email yesterday, so I've opened it from the email reference. It was 131L and 131M came
Correct.
through
So that should be
as email attachments. Perhaps, I don't know if Mrs. Pearson has access to those emails and attachments.
Yes. I'm just trying to find the email.
So that should be figures A74B and A75B should have them. Mr. Finlay, do you have them or?
No, I haven't had them until now, but I understand they reached Highland Council yesterday too, and they're just being forwarded to me at the moment.
I won't ask a question about them at the moment then, because obviously Mrs. Pearson's not had a chance to look at them. I can probably make the point without asking the question anyway, but if necessary, I can come back to it. All right.
Yeah, I can't find the. I don't think I've got the email
I'm
from
sorry.
yesterday either.
It's most unfortunate because, as I say, they clearly would have been sent originally because I think they were in the paper copies, but something. Okay, can we, excuse me, can we move on to a slightly different point then? Can we agree that there is no published guidance limiting development to one side of the Strat?
That's correct. I note that is a point made by Mr. Mason in his inquiry documents that our onshore wind energy guidance doesn't provide that detail. However, it's not intended to drill down into that level of specific detail. Our onshore guidance provides general advice on the siting of wind farms and encourages consolidation of existing groupings.
Yeah. And there's no published guidance either, I think, identifying any containment issue as such here, is there?
That's correct.
I think it's fair to say also, isn't it, there's nothing in the Strathy South decision, either in the decision letter or the reporter's report, which would provide support for the limiting development to one side of the Strat or the valley.
I would need to review those particular documents again in order to confirm that, but yes, I would agree. I don't believe it specifically says that.
So I think your answer is you're not aware then, you certainly you clearly haven't relied on any as such. Well, we can have a quick look at it if you like. So the first document we need, I think, probably is the decision letter, which is core document 2027.
Okay.
So you're there ahead of me this time. Just a second. And I think if we could go, please, first of all, to paragraph 123 of the decision letter, which I think you'll find at page 18 of 52.
Okay, I've got that.
And we can see there, this is dealing with the issues of landscape and visual matters, effectively in the context of Scottish policy, Scottish government policy, which you can see just above paragraph 120. And we can see that that simply identifies that the reporter had identified some negative impacts as a result of the proposed development through his findings, particularly related to landscape and visual impact in Chapter 3. And in his view, these are limited in scope, take a balanced view, are acceptable overall. And he concludes it would make a contribution to sustainable development. So that's actually just, I think, a very brief summary, effectively, of what the reporter had said, and is really just referring us, I think, to section 3 of his report, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and if we then go on, I think the only other real comment of note that we could then see is if we go on to paragraph 127. Sorry, I'm just being a bit fiddly here. Just bear with me a second. And we can see there's a discussion there. It says the ministers have considered the fact that the impact and development on sensitive and remote areas is detailed in the report. The location of the turbines has been considered carefully. The landscape and visual impacts have been limited where possible through the design iteration process. In particular, through revisions to site layout, ministers agree with the report that the localised landscape impact of the proposed development wouldn't overly diminish or harm the landscape characteristics of. And then we can see a number of, effectively, its national designations, the national scenic areas, are being considered there. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And I think in reality, if you search through the decision letter, that's about as far as it goes with respect to landscape and visual impact. So it clearly wasn't an issue that Scottish ministers thought was of any real concern, and indeed they seem to have limited their consideration to landscape impacts upon national designations, don't they?
Sorry, was there a question at the end? Were you just looking for me to confirm?
Yes, no. Right, there was a question. I've almost forgotten it myself. Mrs. Pearson. The question I was putting to you was that in actual fact, landscape and visual matters doesn't seem to have been a major concern at all of the Scottish ministers. And indeed, insofar as they addressed it, it seemed to be really landscape impacts upon the national scenic areas that they were considering whether it was an issue or not, really. That's correct, isn't it?
I think that particular paragraph appears to be a summarization of the overall landscape and visual assessment of the reporter, which are further elaborated on elsewhere in the decision letter.
Well, yeah, I mean, unless you want to draw our attention to somewhere else in the decision that we should look at, I think I must confess that was about all I could find. Unless you think there's somewhere else we should be looking, Mrs. Pearson, I'm happy to move on to the reporter's report.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to move on.
Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay, so it's section 3 of the report that we have to turn to, I think, isn't it really? And if we go first of all to
Is this a different document?
sorry, core document 2028.
28. Okay, and section 3.
Section 3, where he deals with landscape and visual. Yeah. And I think a small point, first of all, in paragraph 3.4.3, the reporter is simply recording there what was said by SNH as they then were. Don't think any of that's his views as such. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Because I think somewhere there seems to always be a suggestion that he said that. But in fact, I think there is. If we turn to your inquiry report, please.
Okay.
Yes, if we turn to your inquiry report, please, and look at paragraph 516. You draw our attention, I think, to two paragraphs there, which I think you suggest support your position. But the first one of those you refer to as paragraph 3.4.2, but we can agree, I think, can't we, that that isn't actually the review of the reporter as such, it's simply the reporter reporting the views of SNH.
Yeah, that's correct. That's a summary of SNH's view from the reporter's report.
And indeed, the first part of that paragraph, 3.4.3, I think is a similar statement to the statement that was made with respect to Strathy Wood, which is the capacity of the area as a whole, effectively, if we have all three schemes. Yep.
That's correct.
Now, although it isn't the view of the reporter in 3.4.3, it would appear, as I say, that it's what was being said in 3.4.3 was being relied upon by you, because we can see that in your 5.16 of your report. So presumably what's being said in 3.4.3 is something that you effectively agree with, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the opinion of SNH at the time was that the cumulative impact of the development in conjunction with Strathy North and Strathy would result in what would be seen as a single large wind farm of considerable extent, was the view at that time.
Well, presumably, was also interestingly your view, isn't it? It would be seen as a single large wind farm of considerable extent.
My view, having reviewed all the information, is that from certain locations, the Strathy Wood development would appear as a wind farm in its own right when viewed against the existing and consented schemes due to the difference in its scale.
Well, that's not what's being said, of course, in 3.43, which you were relying upon in your inquiry report, is it?
That was the point I was making, and that was something that was said by the reporter at the time based on the available details at the time. It's not a point I'm relying on as part of our reason for objecting to Strathy Wood.
Okay, so the other paragraph that you draw our attention to is paragraph 3.75, really. And what's said simply there is that the combination of the three wind farms would extend the north-south array of turbines from close to Strathy by some 15 kilometres inland. From the north and south, this would have the effect of increasing the density of the turbines. From the east and west, the effect would be to elongate the presence of the turbines within the landscape. Furthermore, the combination of these three wind farms from the A836 near Borby to a significant level as I wonder if there's something I'm missing there. Actually, it doesn't seem to read quite right. Let's just turn to the actual report itself. So that's paragraph 375. Page 42 of 37. Yes, it should read, I think, would increase the visual impact from the 836 near Borgie to a significant level. Makes more sense, I think, doesn't it? If we look at what the reporter was saying.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
As turbines would become more prominent along the skyline from these locations, I consider there to be significant landscape and visual impact. Now, none of that, of course, led either the reporter or Scottish ministers to conclude that the cumulative impacts were unacceptable. They identified there would be significant landscape and visual impacts, but concluded consent should be given. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And the extent of the north-south array is fixed effectively by Strathy North and Strathy South. We don't really alter that at all, do we?
That's correct.
The increase in density which you'd see if you're looking at from either the north or the south, again, isn't really altered. In fact, if anything, it might be slightly diminished by this proposal because we now have 13 turbines rather than 18, but it's not altered effectively by this proposal, is it?
No, I would disagree. This particular proposal would increase the density of turbines from those views.
Well, I'm not quite sure how it could in reality, because we've actually reduced the number of turbines, haven't we, from 18 to 13.
Apologies, sorry, you're talking about how it was assessed and when this was prepared in 2016 in comparison to the current scheme, which is an overall reduction in the number of turbines.
Yeah.
So yes, on that basis, I would agree.
So certainly, we certainly don't increase the density. If anything, we might slightly reduce the density, whether it's material at all is another matter. But I think that's factually the situation, isn't it, Mr. Pearson?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And of course, the spread of the turbines to the east that you raise a concern about from northerly views, that doesn't impact upon the density. It was there anyway. It doesn't impact upon the density at all, because your point is actually that that's further east, so there aren't other turbines either in front or behind of them, isn't it?
That's correct.
So I have to say, none of the factors that were identified in the Strathy South decision by the reporter as leading to the significant landscape and visual impacts, none of those factors are really altered by this proposal at all, are they?
There are impacts as a result of the proposal in terms of the increase in the scale of the turbines at Strathy would, increasing the level of prominence against the skyline from particular viewpoints. So I wouldn't fully agree that there is no impact on the finding of the reporter.
The reporter had already found that the 3 wind farms would be prominent on the skyline anyway, hasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
I don't actually think anyway, I don't think the 836 near Borgie is an area that you raised particular concerns about, is it?
We have raised impacts when viewed from the 836.
But not around Borgie. I think your concerns are really in the vicinity of Strathy and then east of Milvick, as we've identified already, aren't they?
Yes, within that area, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we then turn to your precognition, excuse me, if we turn to your precognition and to paragraph 11, you tell us in paragraph 11 that you consider containment is best demonstrated by the photo montages provided for viewpoint 7. Having read Mr. Mason's report, I acknowledge from viewpoints 8, 18, and 19, the visual effect of the turbines being located across both sides of the straddle lessened due to the separation distances involved. So, I mean, I think, as I understand it, you're not departing from that in anything that you've said to the inquiry, are you, Mrs. Pearson?
No, that's correct.
So that remains the case. And I just want to understand your agreement with Mr. Mason there. You agree that the visual effects of the turbines being located across both sides of the strat are lessened due to separation distances involved. It is the situation, isn't it, that the strat is a relatively shallow topographical feature.
It is relatively shallow, however, it is a distinguishable feature within the local landscape. What I was stating in paragraph 11 is the shorter ranged viewpoints, number 7 in particular, do demonstrate the point I was illustrating in my report best. However, it is also demonstrated by the viewpoints from number 8, 18 and 19. And as we sort of discussed in evidence yesterday, the photography from certain viewpoints does cast a bit of a shadow, which in real life wouldn't be there. And I would still maintain that the Strath is a distinguishable feature of the local landscape.
Well, it may be distinguishable. I don't want to start arguing about semantics, but the strat does not, in reality, provide containment given the nature of it as a shallow topographical feature, does it?
No, I would disagree. The Strath does provide an element of containment of the existing Strathy North scheme and the consented Strathy South scheme when viewed from the north coast. It does provide a level of physical containment, but that level of containment is also provided through the design of those particular wind farms.
Well, I'm interested by this issue of containment, and Mrs. Pearson. Let's assume for a moment that you're right with your suggestion that the strat provides an element of containment. You don't suggest anywhere that these turbines go outside the strat, do you?
That's correct.
Yeah. So insofar as if you're right that the strat is providing containment, these turbines located within the strat are located within the containment provided by the strat, aren't they?
No, what I'm trying to say is the containment is provided by the physical nature of the Strath, such that the existing and consented schemes are to one side, whereas Strathywood development extends the horizontal spread, particularly when viewed from the north coast considerably across both sides of the Strath. And that is what is eroding the containment of those existing and consented schemes.
Well, are you suggesting now that it isn't actually the valley of the Strath that's providing the containment, but the actual river itself is providing the containment? Because otherwise, I don't understand the point, Mrs. Pearson.
No, it's the valley of the Strath that is providing the physical containment, and it is the location of the existing and consented schemes to the one side. Whereas this development, as I've said, would extend the horizontal spread across both sides.
I understand the point about it extending horizontal spread, but if you're still within the valley, you're still within whatever the containment is that the valley is providing, aren't you?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
If you are still within the valley, if the valley is providing containment, if you're not relying upon the river for the containment, but the valley, if you're still within the valley, you're still contained by the valley and within whatever containment the valley is providing, aren't you?
No, I would strongly disagree with that. It's the slope of the valley to the one side that is providing the containment for those existing and consented schemes.
There we go. I'll have to make my submissions on that. Well, can I just understand then, are you in agreement or disagreement with Mr. Mason when he says that from viewpoints 8 and 18, none of the existing or proposed wind turbines appear to be located within the Strat?
If you bear with me a second, I'll just refer to those viewpoints. So could you point me to where Mr. Mason's view is expressed on that? Is that within the inquiry report?
For example, you see it in his report, which seemed to me was part of what you were agreeing with. You see it, for example, in his report at paragraph 8.4.6. I'm still waiting. I'm not trying to hurry you, but I just don't want
Sorry.
confusion, Mrs. Pearce. I'm waiting for an answer.
Sorry, I was just trying to review those particular viewpoints again. Yes, I would agree with Mr. Mason's point at 8.4.6 regarding the position of the turbines when viewed from those viewpoints.
Yeah, so you agree that none of them from those viewpoints appear to be located within the Strat. They appear to sit on the low ridge that defines the southern skyline.
That's correct, yes.
I mean, I have to say, if it were otherwise, if we just very quickly look at figure H4, is that one of the ones you were looking at for viewpoint 8? Or we can look at in the FEI instead, if you prefer.
No, I've got the viewpoints here.
Okay, so if you look at, I have to say, if it were otherwise, because we can look there at that's the existing view, and then we've got the wire lines underneath. If it were otherwise, and you were really saying that from that viewpoint it's contained within the Strat, it'd be an amazingly wide valley that we're talking about, wouldn't it? You can see there's quite a significant lateral extent east-west turbines in view already.
Yes, that's correct.
And then with respect to viewpoint 19, which is the second part of 8.4.6, do you agree with that as well also? That's all of the existing and proposed turbines appear to the east of and outside the valley because of the orientation of the viewpoint effectively.
No, I would disagree with the findings of Mr. Mason at that particular point from viewpoint 19. I believe when viewed from this location that the turbines do appear to relate to the Strath when viewed from this viewpoint.
Right. And where are you identifying the relationship to the Strat on that viewpoint?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Mr. Mason has made a very clear point in 8.4.6 that he says that in fact, when you look from that viewpoint, they don't relate to the Strat. they'd all appear to be to the east of it and outside of the valley. Now, where is it actually you're saying we should be looking at to see that they're not to the east of it and they're actually within the valley?
My assessment of the impact from this location is outlined in paragraph 10.48 of the report of handling. Our concerns,
Sorry,
my concerns.
Sorry, it's this, yeah, it's this 10.48, isn't it? Sorry, it's the second 10.48. Sorry, you're only confused.
Yes.
So if you look at the second 10.48, yeah, but I don't see that any of that addresses the point that I've just put to you and that Mr. Mason made. The point you make there is considerably extend the horizontal spread. That's I might say a slightly different point. If you could just concentrate on the point I've asked you about.
Sorry, could you repeat the point you've asked me about?
Yes, I'll go back to paragraph of Mr. Mason's that I was putting to you, because you've agreed with you've certainly agreed with the first part of what he says in paragraph 8.4.6. The second point, he turns to viewpoint 19, and he says there the proposed turbines don't relate to the Strat at all, as the orientation of the viewpoint is such that all of the existing and proposed turbines would appear to the east of and outside the valley. Now, you say you disagree with him, and I'm asking you to explain to me where we see the turbines as within the valley from that viewpoint.
Apologies, I think I have misunderstood the question initially. I'm happy to agree with what Mr. Mason has stated at that particular paragraph from this viewpoint.
That's very helpful. So you agree on both. So it's quite clear, isn't it, then, really, when we look at both viewpoints, well, when we look at viewpoints 8 and 18, and indeed viewpoint 19, there is now agreement between the parties that the turbines, both the existing and the proposed, don't have any particularly obvious relationship to the Strat from those viewpoints. That's correct, isn't it?
I would disagree. I think what we've discussed there relates essentially to the specific positioning of the turbines and where they are. If we're beginning to stray into sort of an assessment of visual impact, as you suggest there, I would say they form quite a clear relationship with the Strat in that it is a defining feature of the local landscape when viewed from the north coast. And the turbines of this proposed development do clearly extend the horizontal spread, both sides of the Strath when viewed from the north coast.
Mr. Pearson, I understand the point that they extend the horizontal spread from those viewpoints. I understand that entirely. But you've now accepted what is said with respect to all of those viewpoints in 8.4.6 by Mr. Mason, and he makes it very clear in those viewpoints that you don't appear to see the turbines in relation to the Strat from those viewpoints, which is what you've agreed with.
I have agreed, and in terms of viewpoint 19, that is solely to do with the orientation of the viewpoint.
Let's turn then to viewpoint 7, please. So I'm looking now at figure G. We can look at figure G3. I think it's probably the better one because that's the one with the consented Strathy South as opposed to the proposed. So if we look at figure G3, which we looked at a few times yesterday, Mrs. Pearson, if you could please.
Okay. Yes, I have that.
So you have both the wireline and the. I'm afraid this one's mislabeled, isn't it? Actually, it says existing view, but it's clearly the predicted view.
That's correct. Yes.
The visualization. Although we can see the existing view in the SCI, so the FEI 2019 if we needed to. But I'm not sure it matters for present purposes. What I want to understand is where you're saying the containment is provided and what we're seeing as the containment here in this viewpoint.
That's correct. This viewpoint shows the Strath quite clearly, and the containment is provided to the right-hand side of the view by the Strath is a physical containment due to the sloping nature of the valley.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure because it depends on when we talk about the Strath now. We have to be careful, I think, to distinguish between the river and the valley, don't we? Because I think sadly the same label applies to both, so to speak, as I understand it here. Now, when you're talking about the Strath providing the containment, are you saying the valley provides the containment, or are you saying the river provides the containment?
The valley is providing the containment.
But the Strathy wood turbines are still within the valley, aren't they?
That's correct. It is as you are viewing that viewpoint, the predicted view to the right-hand side of the view, it is the physical slope of the valley that is providing the containment to the operational Strathy North and consented Strathy South schemes. This development is beginning to straddle both sides of the Strath, extending the horizontal spread, as I've already mentioned.
I understand the horizontal spread bit. There's no
Sorry,
issue.
I'll stop repeating
So,
that point.
there's no issue between us. As a matter of fact, the horizontal spread's extended. It's clear to everybody that we can see it. The concern, though, because I don't understand you to raise an issue simply about horizontal spread. The way you keep putting it is, it's breaching this containment that's provided by the Strath. So there seems to be some sort of significance about the containment provided by the Strath. But within this viewpoint, we are clearly, all of the turbines are clearly within the Strath, aren't they? They don't go beyond the Strath.
That's correct.
So, as I say, I don't quite understand, unless you're using the word Strath here simply to mean the river, I don't understand how we are breaching the containment provided by the Strath when we are still within it. Can you please explain that to me?
Yeah, so when I'm referring to containment, that is the containment of the existing Strathy North and the consented Strathy South schemes. They are both contained quite clearly to the right-hand side of that view as you view it from that particular viewpoint. And that is what is providing containment to those two developments.
But sorry, I think with greatest respect, Mrs. Pearson, all this seems to be is an argument that now we have development on the east of the river within the Strath. But we haven't reached any containment as such, unless you are saying the river is providing the containment.
No, that's not correct. And without wanting to repeat myself, it is the physical containment provided by the valley to the existing Strathy North turbines and the consented Strathy South turbines, as can be seen from that particular viewpoint. There is a physical containment being provided so that those turbines essentially are more offset in the view. With the Strathy Wood development, it increases the prominence of turbines, it takes them more centrally within the view and erodes the containment of those existing schemes.
Well, I'm sorry. I think it's not unusual when a viewpoint is chosen that the proposed turbines are centrally in the view. I'm not sure that takes us anywhere, does it, Mrs. Pearson?
Apologies if that was incorrect to use that, to express it in that way. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is the containment is provided physically for existing turbines at Strathy North, the consented Strathy North scheme, all contained to the right-hand side of that view by a physical sloping element in the landscape.
Well, I don't think the sloping element as such contains it. I don't quite understand what, because it's not hiding views or anything. All you're saying is they're located on the sloping landscape, which happens to be to the west of the Strath in this viewpoint, I think is all you're saying, isn't it?
That's correct, essentially, yes.
But again, I won't go back over things we've covered. All right, as a matter of fact, though, in actual fact, the Strath as it runs through the site runs largely in an east-west direction, doesn't it, as Mr. Mason explained in his report?
That's correct.
And in fact, we have 2 wind turbines north of the Strath, 9 south of the Strath, and 2, because of just the sort of where the general location of the Strath is at that time, which you might argue are east of the Strath, but effectively that's what we've got, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. Also, as a matter of fact, the Strathy South wind turbines are located on both sides of the Strath, aren't they?
Bear with me a second. I would just try and find something to illustrate that. Yes, that is factually correct.
So it's quite clear that there's no sort of matter of design so far in the consented schemes that's restricted them all to one side of the Strath, is there?
That's correct.
Right. We've talked about the eastern extension of horizontal spread, but again, there is nothing anywhere in any guidance that we could find, or indeed in any decision that we could find, that says that there shouldn't be any further eastward spread of turbines in this location, is there?
That's correct.
Thank you. And again, I think it's almost inevitable, isn't it? If you have a proposal for adding turbines in a situation where you already have some turbines, it's almost inevitable that there's going to be an extension of turbines in one direction or another, isn't it?
Depending on the specifics of the site, I wouldn't say it's almost inevitable. There is, I would assume, potential for more consolidation or rounding off of particular wind farms if appropriate. So I wouldn't say it's inevitable that it will result in a further horizontal spread.
Well, let's just think about Strathy North and Strathy South. Consenting Strathy South, when we already had Strathy North, led to a very significant extension to the south, didn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Indeed, an extension far in excess of anything that we might see by way of eastward extension by this proposal. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, in terms of volumes and numbers of turbines, there is a substantial difference.
So, I mean, I think really the real issue that we should be looking at is whether the eastward extension creates any harm, which would provide grounds for refusing this proposal, isn't it?
That's correct.
But I don't think we have seen any identified as such, have we? All that we keep being told is there's an eastward extension.
There's an eastward extension of turbines which are at a scale markedly different to the existing and consented schemes. As we know, Strathy North is 110 metres and the consented Strathy South scheme is 135 metres. These turbines are introducing a scale significantly larger at 180, and it is the impact of that difference in scale that is resulting in the substantial visual impacts that we are concerned about.
Well, that's don't worry, I'm going to get on to you about difference of scale in a minute, but that's, I have to say, a different issue, isn't it? Difference in scale is not the same as the extension eastward. So is it in actual fact that there isn't an objection to the extension eastward? The real objection is to the difference in scale.
That's correct, yes, as noted throughout my report and inquiry documents, we do acknowledge, or I do acknowledge, that there is scope for a large-scale wind farm in this location, but it is the difference in scale that has ultimately resulted in our reason for objection.
So we can note really, it isn't the spread eastward, the extension eastward, that results or leads to the objection. The objection derives simply from the difference in scale.
That's correct.
Yeah. But we've already seen, of course, that policy recognises and supports the move towards larger wind turbines. So inevitably, as we've already discussed, there will be, we expect probably turbines of different scale. Indeed, there is a difference in scale already between the consented turbines at Strathy North and Strathy South. So the real issue must be this, mustn't it? Which is, first of all, whether the difference in scale is perceptible. And secondly, if it is perceptible, whether it creates any particular harm. Those must be the issues that we have to look for, aren't they?
That's correct. I would acknowledge that policy does support or is moving to support larger turbine heights. What we're looking to assess, obviously, as you say, is the impact and any adverse and unacceptable impacts that may arise.
Yeah, it's not automatically unacceptable simply because there's a difference of scale. We've got to really look at those two issues, haven't we? A, is it perceptible? Secondly, if so, whether that then creates particular harm.
That's correct.
All the turbines would have essentially similar proportions, wouldn't they?
All the turbines of the Strathy would.
Sorry, that was a very poorly put question. I do apologize. All the Strathy wood turbines would have similar proportions. They're obviously of a different scale, but they would have similar proportions to those of the consented and constructed turbines in this location, wouldn't they?
No, I would fundamentally disagree. This is our real reason for our concern and for objecting to the development is they are of differing proportions in terms of overall height, rotor diameter to the existing and consented schemes.
Well, I think we just have to be a bit careful here about proportion. They clearly are different in height. They are clearly different in rotor diameters, which I think is probably a consequence more than anything else of the difference in height. But the proportions of the individual turbines are similar, aren't they? They're the same type of turbine and the same type of proportions, just different in size.
That's correct, yes. Apologies for misunderstanding.
No, I'm sure it's me asking the question poorly, Mrs. Pearson, don't we? So they all share a similar topology and broad proportions. It's just different size. The situation is this, isn't it, too? The Strathy North turbines are typically on higher ground to the Strathy Wood ones, where the Strathy Wood ones would be.
That's correct.
Yeah. With respect to viewers from the north, bear with me a second, let me just get my orientation correct. With respect to viewers from the north, the Strathy North turbines are located generally closer to the receptors from the north, and the majority of the receptors from the north.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And both of those factors are factors we have to bear in mind will actually have an impact upon how somebody viewing from the north would perceive the turbines. Say.
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, the effect of both of those factors would tend to mask differences in scale, wouldn't it? Because the way we look at things, bearing in mind perspective, even though we don't sort of stop to think about it as such, it has an impact upon how we view turbines and how big we think they are, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And the other thing that would be affecting views here is that we've got intervening landform. So, for example, we don't generally see the full height of any of the turbines, whether they be the Strathy Wood or the Strathy North turbines, when we're viewing them from the north, do we?
That's correct. There is some intervening topography from viewpoint 19 at Strathy Point. There is a bit more limited, but yes, that's correct.
It means that we can't because we can't see the bases of the turbine, so to speak. That also affects any view we might take as to just how tall they are, effectively, doesn't it?
Potentially, yes.
Now, again, the Strathy South turbines are further away from the Strathy Wood turbines compared to the distances between Strathy Wood and Strathy North, aren't they?
That's correct.
And indeed, again, in views from the north, they are effectively behind the Strathy Wood turbines and further away, so to speak, which again would impact upon what we would be expecting to see by way of comparative size anyway between them, wouldn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So isn't it the situation, as Mr. Mason explains, that to a large extent, any differences in size and scale that would be observed from the north with respect to Strathy Wood and either of the other wind farms would be perceived as, in truth, the effective distance and perspective?
Yes, the difference in the location and obviously perspective comes into it as well in terms of how the Strathy Wood wind farm is viewed. Yes, that's correct.
It's also the case, isn't it, as Mr. Mason explained, that the physical extent of development affects and influences the perspective and the way we look at a view. So that more extensive developments occupying more extensive sites, we tend to look at them as being bigger anyway.
That's correct, yes. Potentially.
Now, I think it's acknowledged by Mr. Mason that there probably will be some difference in the rotational speed of the turbines because all other things being equal, so to speak, a larger turbine traveling, the tip of a larger turbine traveling at the same speed as a smaller one, has further to go round. So it makes it look as if the rotation is a bit or takes a little bit longer to rotate. But I mean, even within wind farms with exactly the same turbines, you can have different rotational speeds, can't you?
Yes, I believe that to be the case.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything here to suggest that any difference in rotational speeds between the turbines at Strathy Wood and the turbines at either of the other sites would be of such a difference as to create any sort of jarring effect, is there? There's no suggestion of that.
No, the rotational speed of the turbines is not something specifically referenced in my assessment.
Okay, so you're not relying on that. Now, can we just turn back then, please, to the blade tip visibility ZTV, which was the one we were looking at just before, which was in the 2019 FEI. It's figure A74A.
What's the core document number, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, I think that's core document 1.1. Let me just get that right. So I showed the wrong one. That is core document 1.3.1B. Do you have that now, Mrs.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Now, if we look at 7.4A, we can see that certainly within the area of the sort of 5 kilometre radius from the turbines, the blade tips unscreened would have a wide visibility within that area. Most of that area, I think we'd see the turbines, assuming there wasn't anything else, such as a tree or something obstructing the view, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But of course, most of that area already contains, or a large part of that area already contains Strathy North, and we could assume would contain Strathy South. That's correct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And will be very significantly already affected by both of those turbines, sorry, both of those wind farms, Mrs. Pearson. So that certainly within 5 kilometres, I know an issue is raised about the access track, but certainly within 5 kilometres. In fact, all that's going to happen here is you're going to see a few more turbines than you would otherwise be seeing. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. You will see additional turbines of a differing scale to what's existing and what's consented.
Now, if we then extend beyond the 5 kilometre, and indeed I have to say also, it's probably rare to find large-scale modern wind farms that you don't see from much of the area within 5 kilometres of them, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, I assume that to be the
So
case.
if we then look beyond 5 kilometres, we can see we do have the area to the north, which clusters around those sort of viewpoints between viewpoints 10 and 8. And we have Strathy in particular to the north with viewpoints, I think it's 8, 18 and 19, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that area there. We do have also at around the 10 kilometre, just over the 10 kilometre mark, the area east of Melvick on the road in the vicinity of viewpoint 6, effectively. Correct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Then we've already agreed that with respect to the A897, the only location that we get visibility is in the vicinities of viewpoints 4 and 15. Although it's fair to say that to the east of the A897, there is a more extensive area of visibility between, I would guess, about 6 kilometres and about going out to almost to 15 kilometres looking at that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The visibility, as shown there, will be limited from the road itself. However,
There is some area there.
that's correct, yes.
But I must confess, when we look at this ZTV, whilst there's an extensive area out to sea, so to speak, where we could see it, it is quite noticeable, isn't it, that most of the visibility is fairly closely contained to the vicinity of the application site itself.
Yeah, as would be expected with any wind farm, the most extensive visibility is within close range views, so 5 to 10 kilometres. Extending further out that, it will become less visible, and that is what's demonstrated by the ZTV, which is theoretical visibility.
Yeah, which I mean, you make the point it's theoretical. So it's worst case in that sense. In reality, it'll probably be something a bit less than that, won't it? How much less is a bit more difficult to gauge.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Whilst we're within that code document, could we then just please turn to figure A731, which I think on the electronic pages is page 75 of 85, if that helps.
Okay.
Now, this is the cumulative ZTV for Strathy Wood, Strathy North, and Strathy South. And that's Strathy South, of course, consented, so it's 135 metre turbines. And the way this works, it's only if you're a blue colour that you'd have a view of Strathy Wood and wouldn't have a view of one or other or both of the other wind farms. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that there's very, very limited areas where you can find blue. You can find a few little bits of blue to the east, but not within any of the areas I think that you expressed a concern about. And otherwise, we're really going quite some distance and mainly out to sea to find areas of blue, aren't we?
Yeah, that's correct. And to be expected given the development's proximity to existing and consented schemes, it would be expected that there are limited areas from which only the development in its own right could be viewed.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just conscious of the time. We're coming up to 5 to 1.
I was just going to ask, happy, because what I do need to do is ask some more detailed questions on some of the viewpoints now, having dealt with sort of matters of principle, and so that's a convenient point of it.
As I was just checking if we could work either
Yeah. No, that's basically.
or stop now. So let's stop now and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. We'll have an hour and 5 minutes, very generous today. And we'll recommence the cross-examination.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. 2 o'clock. I think everybody's with us that needs to be. Oh, Mr. Fraser's videos. Oh, there we are. So that's 2 o'clock. We'll just continue where we left off, and Mr. Fraser about to ask some more questions of Mrs. Pearson. Thank you.
Very much, ma'am. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mrs. Pearson. Can I take us, please, to viewpoint 7? We can see either, I think, in core document 1.3.b, which was the 2019 FEI, or if you prefer the CLVI A, I think it's figure G, which is core document 1.4.1, 1.4.1. Whichever one's easier for you.
Yes, I've got that. I've got the CLVIA.
That's the one I've got, and I've turned to the one we were looking at before, which was figure G3, which perhaps is the easiest one to use. Now, if we've got that in front of us, if we could then just for a moment, please take out your handling report, please. That's core document 2.1, I think, isn't it? And it's the first of the paragraphs number 10.48, I think, where you set out your concerns about the impacts from that viewpoint. I think that's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah, 10.48, the first one.
Great, thank you very much. And we can see that, I think, if I've got it right, you identify a number of concerns there. I think the first is the horizontal spread across both sides of the stuff, and I think we've covered that. So I don't think I'm going to go back on that, but I just flag up, I accept you've identified it as a concern there. The second you have is a confusing layout, which I'm going to come to in a moment. And then the third I think you've got is resulting impact is that the containment achieved by the existing approved scheme is lost. Development would significantly extend the cluster, which again I think is something we've discussed. I'm not going to go back on that. So that's your third concern. And then I think the fourth and final concern you've got there is the presence of aviation lighting. And I think those are the 4 concerns you've got with respect to that viewpoint. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct.
The aviation lighting, I'm going to try to deal with at the end with all of them. So I promise you, I'll come back. Give me a kick, sort of metaphorically, if I don't come back to it at the end, Mrs. Pearson. That's certainly my intention. So I think the only thing that we haven't discussed so far really is the what you say is the confusing layout with some turbines well separated and others creating a stacking effect. Now, I think we've already agreed, to be fair, that stacking is almost an inevitable consequence of having a number of turbines. You're going to have stacking from some viewpoints like that. Accepted, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yeah, that's correct. It is almost inevitable that there will be stacking from some viewpoints.
And I think it's fair to say, if we look at that viewpoint and we just look at what's already there, so to speak, and perhaps unfortunately the photograph here isn't genuinely existing, but we can look at just the blue turbines, which are Strathy North. We already have stacking there in the existing view, I think, don't we?
Yeah, there is a small amount of stacking. It's relatively limited in that it's sort of blade tips overlapping with blade tips.
Okay. Again, so I think we have a mixture of stacking and then some turbines well separated in the Strathy North proposal as it is at the moment, don't we?
Sorry, could you say that last bit again? The Strathy North proposal?
Yeah, Strathy North. The criticism that you've been making of Strathy Wood is that we have a confusing layout with some turbines well separated and others creating a stacking effect. Now, we do again have some turbines well separated here on this view for Strathy North and others creating a stacking effect.
To a certain degree, I mean, as I said there, the stacking effect at Strathy North, I would say, is extremely limited. It's certain scenarios where a couple of blade tips maybe overlap very slightly, in contrast to Strathy Wood, where the stacking is turbines 3, 1913, 815, overlapping each other much more considerably, with almost the full extent of the turbines overlapping and stacking, rather than the limited effect created by Strathy North.
Okay, and I mean, is there supposed to be some particular sensitivity about this viewpoint that makes stacking not acceptable in some way, Mrs. Pierce?
This is a close range view and it is intended to be representative of one particular residential receptor. So that does give it a high sensitivity as well as recreational users of the area, which are a more of a medium sensitivity. But the stacking, as I've noted in my report, creates a bit of confusion with the layout. Some turbines appear to be close together and in fact are stacking considerably, with other turbines in the scheme very well separated.
Okay. And then if we just jump on in your report to paragraph 1057, I think as we've seen, what you envisage should be done to make things acceptable from viewpoint 7 is we have to bear in mind, I think, Mr. Finlay, you explained to us that we've had the adjustments set out in the table in paragraph 10.55, and then in addition to that, we'd have the adjustment that you're proposing in 10.57. Then, as far as you're concerned, from viewpoint 7, that would be an acceptable proposal, I think. That's correct.
Yeah, it was a likely acceptable proposal. I would agree, as Mr. Finlay has caveated, it's difficult to look at these photomontages before us in the landscape and visual impact and solely refer to what's noted in paragraph 1057 without having the benefit of the revised wire lines that were provided to us to see the impact of the suggested changes in combination with what I had suggested in my assessment would further make the scheme more acceptable in visual terms.
Well, we can see that there'll be some reduction in height of 1, 2, 3, 4 of the turbines with regards to blade tip. And 1, 2, 3, 7, I think it is, where the hub height is changed somewhat. Although, in fact, interestingly, we can see with three of the turbines, whilst there would be a reduction in height of them, the actual rotor diameter would increase, as we can see from this. So you'd actually have differences between the proportions of the various turbines as a result of all of this. And that is what you thought of as an improvement, in fact, isn't it?
Yeah, but you are correct to note that the hub height would be revised and increased, as well as the overall reduction in height. Without having those wire lines in front of me, that's as far as I could say.
Yeah. I must confess, actually, I wasn't quite clear. If you look at turbines 5, 13, and 24, question I should have asked Mr. Mason actually, but if you look at turbines 5, 13, and 24, they seem to have a higher hub height. Goes up from 110 to 114. That's a typographical mistake. But they don't actually have a higher tip height, but they don't have a revised rotor diameter. I'm not quite sure how you'd achieve that in actual fact. It seems to me if you increase the hub height with the same rotor diameter, you must also increase the tip height. But is that a mistake in the table here, or is that something that's been thought about?
It's not a mistake as far as I'm aware. I think that is largely a design question for the applicant.
All right then. But interestingly, anyway, the only two that you're seeking removal of in viewpoint 7 is turbines 15 and 13, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. In addition to the reductions referred to here.
You still see, for example, 13 and 19 stacking. It's okay as far as you're concerned.
Turbine 19 was one of the ones for suggested reduction in height.
Yeah, I know, but it's not, the reduction in height's not going to remove the stacking, is it?
It wouldn't completely remove the stacking. No, what I've said there is it would help in tidying up the view and removing and reducing some of the stacking effect. It wouldn't reduce it entirely, but it would be less pronounced and perhaps more akin to what's going on at the Strathy North development from this viewpoint.
Okay. So if we then go back to deal with the next viewpoint addressed in your handling report, and that's viewpoint 19, and it's the second paragraph, 10.48. If we could just jump back to that, please. And then we can see there that the concerns that you raised there are the extension of the horizontal spread, which we've addressed, the overall proportions of the turbines in terms of tip height and rotor diameter being noticeably larger than the adjacent schemes, which I think again we've probably already addressed. And then the third concern that you raised there, many of the turbines of the existing approved Strathy scheme only have blade tips appearing visible. The full extent of the turbines at Strathy would be visible. Now, can we just turn to the original, to the relevant viewpoint for that? So we need to turn, I think, to figure 1.4.1 double L, figure S, if we could. If we could just turn to that, please.
Okay.
And a couple of questions. I mean, if we turn, I think, perhaps to S3, is the best one to look at because we've got the wireframe there. You suggest, first of all, that the full extent of the turbines at Strathy would be visible. And I don't think that's what the wire line shows us, is it, to be fair?
Yeah, so I would agree it's not entirely the full extent of the entire wind farm. However, the full extent of some of the turbines would be visible.
Well, I'm not even sure that that's right, but we can certainly agree it can't be the full extent of the wind farm. I don't even think the wireframe shows us the full extent of the turbines there, but we can leave the reporters to look at that and form their own view insofar as it's possible to do so. But in fact, we do see a similar situation, don't we, with the Strathy North turbines anyway, because we see, insofar as we see considerably, if I try to put it as neutrally as possible, considerably below hub height, so to speak, on turbines at Strathy Wood. We also see the same effect with quite a number of those turbines at Strathy North, don't we?
Yeah, that's correct. There are a number of those turbines where you can see them from hub height and above at Strathy North.
Well, it's not just hub height and above, it's hub height and below. What we're in.
Apologies, yes, that's correct.
It's seeing the full extent of the turbine, so to speak. Now, whether it's quite the full extent, as I say, I'll have to leave it to the reporters to judge. But certainly insofar as we see quite a bit below the hub height, we see that with quite a lot of the Strathy North turbines as well, don't we?
That's correct, yes, there are quite a few.
But I think I haven't tried, I must confess, I haven't tried counting them, but I would suspect if we did try counting them, we'd see at least as many Strathy North where you see a large part of the turbine, if I might put it that way. At least as many as Strathy North, perhaps even more as we see for Strathy Wood, wouldn't we?
Yeah, in quantitative terms, there are more turbines at Strathy North than there are proposed for Strathy Wood. So there are a number of turbines present already in the view. What I've reiterated in my report, as you know, I'm sure we'll come on to visual impact as a whole further, but what I'm reiterating there is that the Strathy Wood turbines are of a considerably larger scale than the existing turbines in the view.
Yeah, well, again, I think I've tried to cover that to a large extent, but obviously that's something that we're going to have to leave the reporters to judge on themselves with the wire lines and the answers that they've been given, Pearson. I think it's also right, though, just whilst we've got that in front of us, that approaching sort of 50% of the Strathy Wood turbines from that viewpoint overlap with the Strathy North ones effectively, don't they?
Yes, there's 5 turbines of the Strathy Wood scheme which would overlap with Strathy North.
And in this general area, I think it is right, isn't it, that the important views are along the coast and out to sea.
That is certainly an important view. I would say that the inland views are also important. They're equally as important. I wouldn't say one sort of trumps the other. Perhaps the eye might be more drawn towards the coast, depending if that's a particular interest of the viewer.
Do you think they're equally important to you? The inland views.
Yes, that's correct. I would say this is an area characterized by its coastal scenery, but also of its, inland mountain viewpoints as well and scenery.
The coastal views, of course, are unaffected though by this proposal.
That's correct.
Now, if we then just again, whilst we've got that in front of us, we turn to your 10.57 to see what you're looking for there. We bear in mind that there's suggested changes to the heights of a number of the turbines, but in actual fact, you want actually you want, in addition to the suggested reductions in height in 1055, you want, I think, further reductions in height in a number of the turbines that we see there, and also the removal of turbine 13 and turbine 15. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, but I mean, I have to say, if we look at those turbines to the east, for example, 3, 19, 13, 8, 15 and 5, you're not going to be able in practical terms to reduce them to a height that you will not see them from that viewpoint, are you?
That's correct. Yeah, that is that wouldn't be possible to reduce them to such an extent that they wouldn't be visible at all.
Because just to get a rough idea of that, the hub height, I think, it's about 111 meters at the moment, isn't it? It's 110 meters at the moment, the hub height, isn't it?
That's correct.
Which of course is the same tip height as the Strathy North. So we can see, even if you were talking about Strathy North size turbines, they'd come at least to where we can see the hubs of all of those Strathy Wood turbines, wouldn't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's certainly an acceptance by you that you can have an acceptable proposal from that viewpoint, even though you would still see turbines in the general, well, in fact, in the locations of turbines 319, sorry, no, 19, I think you want to move, don't you? No, not 13 you want to move. You'd still see them in the locations of 3, 19, 18 and 5, as well as 16 and 4. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. Obviously, without wanting to, comment in too much detail without having seen any further changes, I did consider in my assessment and having sight of some adjustments that were proposed by the applicant that with a further reduction in height, it may address the concerns that I had in terms of visual impact.
Okay. So if we could turn then to viewpoint 8, please. And that, I think, is considered at paragraph 1050 of your handling report, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, 1050.
So I think we can see that the criticisms that you raise about the impact from this viewpoint, I think it's the second half of the paragraph, starting from the line that has the vast majority appear as an extension to the existing cluster. I think that's really where you start analysing or setting out your concerns about it. That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
So we can see appearing as an extension to the cluster rather than consolidating it. Extension isn't minor, effectively, is what you're saying, given the horizontal spread. I think that's something we've addressed. Confusing effect with turbines located across both sides of the strat, and I think that we've dealt with that also. and blade tips of turbines, a number of them, appearing above the landform, disjointed from the remainder of the wind farm. Turbines 4 and 10 are also particularly problematic in this view, appearing of a significantly larger scale than the operational consented schemes. So I'm not quite sure what the complaint is there really, because the complaint seems to be that you're seeing only the blade tips as opposed to more of the turbine. Is that really what you're saying about the confusing effect?
The confusing effect that from this viewpoint, there is scope for the Strathy wood turbines to potentially appear as an extension to the existing grouping that would be created from Strathy North and South. However, you have turbines close to those schemes and then blade tips showing beyond the landform, which creates a more confusing effect, as in it's not entirely clear what those blade tips relate to, why they're there. Is that a separate wind farm? Is it just single wind turbines? It's not particularly clear how that relates to the existing grouping, which creates a bit of confusion.
Let's just turn to the relevant figure then. So we need to go to figure H in the CLBIA, which is core document 1.4.1 AA. And if we look at figure H3 again, because we've got the wireframe.
Yep.
Now, you're referring there to the turbines tips appearing over to the east, as we can see. But I mean, the truth of the matter is, even we have to bear in mind, looking at this wireframe, even with the consented situation, you're going to have turbine tips of Strathy South appearing east of the Strathy North array, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct.
So I mean, this idea of tips further off to the east appearing over the horizon is something already set up to occur, so to speak, isn't it?
It is. The consented turbines at Strathy South will, however, be further away in that view. So the perception of those blade tips will be of a wind farm located further south than Strathy North. And it'll be quite clear what those tips are, whereas the tips appearing above the landform of Strathy Wood are disjointed from the remainder of the wind farm and just creates confusion as to what those relate to. It's not clear what they relate to in the manner that it is clear that the Strathy South tips that are apparent in that view are of one wind farm to the rear of Strathy North.
Well, I think in reality it would appear, wouldn't it, that as indeed it is, that you've got wind turbines which are partially shielded by the landform, which is not an unusual situation with Strathy, with respect to what you'd see of Strathy Wood. You'd see some where you see more of the turbines and some where you see less, but that's not unusual unless you have a perfectly flat landscape, is it?
Yes, it is conceivable, obviously, that a landform will conceal some of a wind farm. However, I don't think it's necessarily particularly clear from this viewpoint what those blade tips relate to, because they are disjointed, and it's not entirely clear whether they are part of that grouping or not.
And then 4 and 10, you're saying are particularly problematic because of the significantly larger scale and the consented scheme. Well, I mean, insofar if there was anything in that, so to speak, Mr. Pearson, all of the turbines, of course, are of the all of the Strathy Wood turbines are of the same scale, essentially. And even if we made the amendments that were suggested in paragraph 10.55, they still remain of essentially the same sort of scale. And so I'm not sure again why it's just 4 and 10 that are sort of picked on here, really, when we look at this viewpoint.
4 and 10 in my assessment appear particularly sort of close to the viewer from this particular viewpoint, and they're seen in closely association with the Strathy North and consented Strathy South turbines, such that the scale is markedly different due to their close proximity to those turbines and the fact that they are more prominent in the view.
But if a turbine, without again wanting to repeat matters we've discussed already, if a turbine is closer to you, it is going to appear as larger, isn't it? That's the whole point of perspective, effectively, and distance.
Yes, it is going to appear as larger, but when it is seen in association with the other development, it is markedly larger in that view.
Right. So can we then turn to viewpoint 18, please, which you address at 10.51 of your report. And that one is, that one's figure R, which is CD 1.4.1 double K.
Yeah, I've got that.
Well, you're faster than me at getting to it. Just bear with me a second. And so I think it's R, figure R2 is probably the best one to look at, because that's the current baseline, so to speak, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we got that, and then again we look at what you say in 10.5.1, about 6 or 7 lines down, you do actually say the scheme, that scheme may be better than the previous one in terms of reduced stacking. But then you say that going over the page, really, the proposed turbines are a noticeably larger scale than the other schemes, again extending the horizontal spread of turbines across both sides of the stack, diminishing the containment. We've dealt with all of that. The full extent of a number of the turbines will be seen against the landform to the rear, as opposed to the existing development, which appears in a different landscape context. Now, again, this point about the full extent, I don't think that you do actually see the full extent of any of the turbines, do you? Unless if we look at the wireframe, Mrs. Pearson.
I would just say it appears almost as if the full extent of turbine 16, certainly turbine 16, potentially turbine 4, are visible for their full extent.
So those are the two you asked the reporters to look at for their own view on that. But again, I think just as from viewpoint 19, you would see in that sense the full extent, I think, also of a number of the Strathy North turbines, wouldn't you?
That's correct, yes.
And then the point that you make about them being seen in a different landscape context to the existing turbines, I'm not quite sure what different landscape context you're referring to there, Mrs. Pearson.
This is in relation to particularly turbine 5, which would be seen against the backdrop of a hilltop, which does slightly alter the landscape context in comparison to the remainder of the turbines in the view from Strathy North and the consented Strathy South.
So that's one particular turbine I think you're raising an issue about. Confess whether it's just to the east of that hill in the distance or not, I'm not quite sure. But that's the point you're raising, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, well, we understand that. Thank you. And if we then turn to 10.57, again, just to see what you're wanting to do there. You want 3, 19, 13, 15, and 8 all reduced in height, so that they're not visible from this location. Yeah?
That's correct, yeah, similar to the previous viewpoint.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not going to be achievable for 5, is it? We can see that already, where we can see where the hub height of 5 is in that location.
Yes, that's correct. What I've suggested is the height of turbine 5 is reduced to be of a scale similar to the Strathy North development, rather than reduced in height so that it's not visible at all.
So sorry, so I missed. You're quite right. Sorry, 5 isn't one of the ones you want removing, is it? Sorry, reducing in height. So it's that other block, 3, 19, 13, 15, and 8 you want hidden from view from viewpoint 18. But you don't want hidden from view from viewpoint 19, which is not all that far away from viewpoint 18. That's right.
Sorry, could you repeat that last part? Are we still talking about turbines 3?
You didn't ask for those turbines to be hidden from view in viewpoint 19, and you conceded that actually that wouldn't be possible. So you want them hidden from view from viewpoint 18, but you accept that they can be in the view from viewpoint 19. But viewpoint 18 and 19 are actually not that far apart, really, are they?
With me. Yeah, this is sort of touching on what Mr. Finlay asked me about earlier in terms of what I was trying to achieve with paragraph 10.57, and that was to set out sort of our or my desired outcomes with some suggested amendments rather than trying to be prescriptive and certainly you know, not trying to redesign. So from viewpoint 18, which we're on just now, I considered that if those blade tips were completely removed from the view, that would aid in the visual impact. It's a different scenario with viewpoint 19, where you're seeing a much greater extent of those particular turbines. And in those locations, if they were reduced in height, I had considered that it might help alleviate some of the visual concerns that I had.
Well, so I'll make my submissions on it, Mrs. Can we turn then, please, to viewpoint 6, which is in your 10.52? And that viewpoint 6 is it's figure F, it's CD 1.4.1Y. And so if we go to figure F3, we can see then, if we have that in front of us, in your 10.5.2, you accept, I think, to be fair, that you would still have views of Strathy North and Strathy South here, even though you say they're relatively well screened, and we can see that that clearly is the case looking at the wild line, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you say the post-development will infill the gap between the two schemes, but the majority of turbines are visible from hub height upwards, therefore appearing closer to the viewer to the other developments. So that's simply, I think that the point you're simply making there is they appear closer to the viewer. I mean, I don't quite understand why that of itself would be an issue. Particularly when we can see we've got Acton, for example, in this view anyway, consented, which appears much closer to the viewer.
Yes, I think what I was trying to state in this particular section of the report was that I did consider the further environmental information slightly underplayed the impacts from this particular viewpoint, and they should have been assigned a greater impact than what had been assigned in the information due to the fact that their tip heights were larger than that of the existing Strathy North and consented Strathy South schemes. So in recognition of this.
In fact, you still accept that even with a greater impact, it's not a significant effect, though, however, I think.
That's correct, yes.
But I mean, it is interesting, isn't it, the comment that you make there? The turbines being visible from hub height makes them appear closer to the viewer. I mean, that's the very point Mr. Mason makes, isn't it? That in fact, how the viewer would perceive these increases in height would be simply that the turbines are closer to them. And that would apply not just from viewpoint 6, but from the other viewpoints, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think this kind of comes back to the perception of the wind farm as being a wind farm in its own entity rather than an extension of those existing schemes. From a number of viewpoints, it would clearly be its own separate wind farm rather than an extension or consolidation of the existing schemes.
Okay. And then if we turn to viewpoint 17, which is your paragraph 10.53, and it's core document CD 1.4.1 double J, it's figure Q. Now, in paragraph 10.53, you suggest that from here, neither of the existing or consented Strathy schemes would be visible, but that isn't actually correct, is it? We can see that, first of all, from the wireline, and we could also see it from the ZTVs if we need to go to them, Mrs. Pearson.
Well, the ZTV was just showing the theoretical visibility. It would appear from this viewpoint that Strathy North is,
No,
as far as I can see, almost completely screened.
Strathy South. Sorry, if I didn't make that clear, I do apologize. Strathy South is visible, isn't it?
There would appear to be one blade tip of Strathy South visible, yes.
It might be more than one, but anyway, we've got agreement. There is some visibility of Strathy South. And I don't quite understand actually why we would have a significant impact here, where we wouldn't have a significant impact in viewpoint 6, which we were looking at just a minute ago. What's the reason for that?
The reason for the significant impact for viewpoint 17 is it's introducing wind farm development into a view where currently there is none. I accept that perhaps a very small amount of Strathy South may be visible from this location, but it's barely perceptible, whereas Strathy would introduce a number of additional turbines into this view where wind farm development isn't currently perceptible.
Okay, so it's on the basis that it's an introduction where there is none, although actually that isn't right because there is some. And so it's actually is simply because there's an increase in view. But as we can see from the wire lines, it's in a context where the turbines are in excess of 11 kilometers away, and they make actually very little impact, don't they, on what is effectively a 360-degree panoramic view for anybody who's here.
Yes, they will, in terms of the wider view, which is a 36-degree panorama, sorry, 360, but they will still be introducing new turbines into a view where there are none present.
But I mean, this is the reporters haven't already been there. This is a location where long views are available and all that. That's not surprising. It's a big point, actually, but that is the case, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, that is the case that there are long views available. However,
No.
that doesn't
And
alter
only
the perception of introduction of a wind turbine development.
sorry, only a small proportion of the landward views are going to be affected by this, and they're not actually affecting any prominent features as such. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, if we could then deal with viewpoints 16 and 4, which I think are addressed in your paragraph 10.54. If we take out 16 and have that in front of us for the moment, viewpoint 16. And that is, excuse me, CD 1.4.1 double I, figure P. And if we look at P3, we've got again the wire lines for both our proposal and the consented proposals. That's right. I think it's
Yes.
like from this viewpoint, or from both of these viewpoints, you will already have views of Strathy South in any event, isn't it?
That's correct. The wireline shows that there will be some blade tips visible of the Strathy South development.
The point was made with Mr. Mason, I think, this morning that with respect to this viewpoint, you can go further up the hill effectively, so you'd be a bit higher up, and that would increase visibility, Mr. Mason accepted, of the Strathy Wood side, but of course it would do the same with the Strathy South side as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if we then look at what you're saying, it's 10.54. You say it's an area characterised by sense of remote openness with little in the way of made development, excepting the presence of the overhead lines. Well, the overhead lines we can clearly see, and again, the reporters can form their view on that. But it will also include, in the future, we anticipate views of Strathy South as well. That's correct, and certainly that's been accepted as acceptable, hasn't it?
That's correct.
And then you then suggest turbines 13 and 8 are problematic being visible from the hub height upwards. Increased visibility of turbines from this location of the scale of turbines to draw the eye and have an adverse impact. But again, this does seem, if I might put it to you as politely as possible, Mrs. Pearson, a bit of a case of you wanting to have your cake and eat it, so to speak, because in some situations you complain about just seeing tips, and in others you complain about seeing hubs. I mean, I'm not sure really there's a consistency in your approach here, is there?
No, I would disagree that it's not it's lacking in consistency. Essentially, my assessment is based on the sensitivity of the viewpoints, taking into account the magnitude of change, how it's viewed, where it's viewed from, who it's viewed by, and how far a distance it's viewed at. This particular area, as noted in the report, is characterised by its open character. It's, if you like, the sort of quintessential flow country area. And this is a popular walking trail. So from this location, it is the increased height in comparison to what you would see with Strathy South, and the fact it's more focused in the view makes those particular turbines problematic in terms of their visual impact.
Now, can we turn then to the Council's supplementary guidance, which I think is called document 10.2, please?
Bear with me a second.
Just bear with me a moment. I just need to dig that out myself. Just give me a second. I have dug it out and I've now mislaid it. Just give me a second.
No problem. I also need to get it up on screen. Can I put the viewpoints, the photo montages to one side, or will I need to come back to them?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. Of course you can.
Okay, thank you.
Problem at all. Problem with printing some documents off if it's easier to read them. I'm going to have, sorry, I do apologize. I'm going to have to open it up electronically because I've obviously, whatever I've done with it, I've lost it. Just bear with me a moment. Please. Right. Sorry, I have got there at last. Can we turn to the criteria that are set out there? So they're in section 4 of the guidance, which starts at page 21 of 194 in the electronic version. And I think if we just go quickly through there, we can see that if we go down to page 100 and page 23, we see them set out. The situation is this, though, isn't it? First of all, those criteria are broad criteria.
That's right, yes.
They're not to be applied mechanically.
No.
They're intended to be used simply to inform judgment.
That's correct, yes. They essentially form part of the background to our assessment.
And the thresholds are framed to flag up issues rather than to provide some sort of development control criterion, aren't they?
That's correct, yeah. That's the purpose of the criteria.
Now, if we turn to criterion 1, first of all, that's the relationship between settlements and key locations and wider landscape, and that has to be respected. The only settlement I think that's raised in the, as we've seen in the assessment, is Strathy, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And if we turn to your assessment of it, which I think we can see is set out in Mr. Mason's report at page 45. We can see you deal with Strathy there. Your report of handling quoted verbatims in the 3rd column. But when we look at the question of Strathy, whilst it's right to say that a threshold is set, which is in the sort of the bottom line of criterion 1 over in the 2nd column, the measure that we're actually looking at, which that threshold is addressing, is the extent to which the proposal contributes to perceptions of settlements or key locations being encircled by wind energy development. That's the actual concern, isn't it? Encirclement.
Yeah, the measure is actually sort of broken down into 2 different elements. Firstly, the extent to which the proposal contributes to the perception of settlements or key locations being encircled by wind energy development. And that is measured by turbines not being visually prominent in the majority of views within or from settlements. And that's the threshold.
That's the threshold, but the measure we're concerned with there, is a question of encirclement, isn't it? As we can see from the first line.
That's correct. There's the measure of encirclement and also the extent to which the proposal contributes to perception of settlements.
No, that's misreading it. It contributes to the perception of settlements being encircled by wind energy development. That's what the measure's all concerned about, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. That's apologies, that's not what I didn't intend to misread it. That is what the measure relates to, yes. And the threshold sets out how that is measured.
Yeah, the measure is concerned with encirclement or perception of encirclement, correctly, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
That's correct, yes.
But it is agreed that there is no perception of encirclement from Strathy, isn't it?
That's correct, yes. I have noted in my assessment that there would be no encircling of that particular settlement as a result of this proposal.
Which must mean, mustn't it, that that criterion is effectively met?
My assessment has considered a sort of wider ranging issue than just encirclements in terms of the impact from that particular settlement.
I know it has, but it's not really being faithful to the purpose of the guidance, is it?
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, the ultimate aim of that criteria is to assess the relationship between settlements, key locations, and the wider landscape, and ensuring that is respected. So that is the wider criterion. The measure does break that down into a very specific detail in terms of looking at encirclement, but as a wider point, criterion 1 is intended to assess the relationship between settlements and wider landscape. Which is what my assessment has done. And I have acknowledged that there would be no encirclement. However, there would be an impact on the settlement of Strathy.
And there being no encirclement, that criterion is met, isn't it?
The measure is met. I mean, as I've said in my assessment, I don't consider that the wider criteria is met. However, the measure of encirclement, there would be no encirclement, so that is met. However, I don't consider that wider criterion in terms of the relationship between the settlement and the wider landscape being respected is met.
And insofar as you're talking about turbines not visually prominent in the majority of views within or from settlement, even if for 1 minute we accept that the turbines would be prominent in the views, Mrs. Pearson, so let's just assume that that's the case for 1 moment. That's the views simply in one direction, isn't it? It's not prominent in the majority of views from the settlement in all the other directions that we could view from in the settlement. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it would just be one element of the view. That's correct. I mean, these locations are obviously in placed as such that they have outlook to the sea, which wouldn't be impacted. But from a large element of the settlement, it would be facing towards the wind farm, and that would be impacted by visibility.
Yeah, but so again, if we just bear in mind what this measure is all about, and that threshold, when the threshold talks about the visually prominent in the majority of views, it doesn't mean visually prominent in the majority of views looking solely in one direction, because that makes no sense, because that could not tell you anything about encirclement, could it? It must mean visually prominent in the majority of views looking out, i.e. in all the different directions. That's what it's really about, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And therefore, clearly, even if we accept, which I'm not saying I do, but even if we accept that the turbines are visually prominent, they are not visually prominent in the majority, and indeed all the other turbines with them are not visually prominent in the majority of views in that sense, i.e. looking in different directions. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I accept your point in terms of having a 360-degree panorama. Certainly the wind farm wouldn't impact on all those views. So yes, I do accept your point.
We've looked at the various viewpoints. I suspect I'll exhaust everybody's patience, so I go back to them. The point I would make about it is that from the various viewpoints we looked at, you don't and wouldn't just see Strathy Wood anyway. You're already going to be seeing turbines from there. We can agree on that, can't we?
Yes, there will be turbines either already there in operational schemes or through the consented schemes. However, my concerns in relation to Strathy Wood are the apparent difference in scale, as you know.
So I'm sure we've got that point. I'm going to have to leave it. I suspect we're not going to agree, so I'm going to leave it to the reporters insofar as they think it's at all important in the light of those answers as to whether the turbines are prominent or not. Okay. Criterion 2, then, if we just turn to that one, please. Criterion 2, I think you accept is met overall, is the way it's put in your report of handling. But some localized issues are raised in relation to viewpoints 4 and 16, I think.
That's correct, yes. As we had discussed when we went through the particular viewpoints, those were areas of concern. Yeah. However, taking the criteria as a whole and what it's intended to assess, I have assessed that the criterion is met.
Yeah, okay. So I was going to say, I just want to be clear, because you sort of put that qualification in, but you are accepting that criterion is met, I think is what you're saying, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So I won't bother you with the other questions I might have had about that. Criterion 3, there's no issue about. I think that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And then we turn to criteria 4 and 5, if we could please. And 4 is dealing with key recreational routes and ways, and 5 is dealing with transport routes. Now, I think the only what might be termed recreational route that you raise a particular issue about, I think, is the access track, isn't it, Mrs.
That's
Casey?
correct, yes.
And the access track, just so that we're clear, I think that's the one that's referred to as Hill Track 332.
Yes, that's correct.
I only flagged that up because I think rather confusingly in Strathy South there's reference to a Hill Track 344. For example, you'd see that in paragraph 3.74. My understanding, I've been told, I'm just taking it on face value from somebody else who's told me, that they are in fact both the same track, although it's a bit confusing because the numbers are different. But I think Strathy South was referring again to the same track. Is that right?
I'll accept that if that's the information you've been provided with.
You can check that, and if it's wrong, as a matter of fact, I'm perfectly happy for that to be clarified. But I got a bit confused because if you look, for example, I'm not asking people to turn there now, but I just flagged it up, for example, at paragraph, I think 3.74 of the Strathy South report, you'll see references to Hill Track 344, and I was asking where on earth is that, and I was told actually it's the same as Hill Track 332. So
Okay.
But I mean, the fact of the matter is that the track is, as we've already agreed, already affected and subject to close range views of large wind turbines in the form of Strathy North, and it's expected to be in the form of Strathy South. That's right.
That's correct. There are existing and consented views of wind turbine development from that particular viewpoint. However, the Strathy, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It's partly my my eagerness and partly the internet. Sometimes you think it answers finished and it hasn't. So I do apologise, Mrs. Pearson. Don't let me interrupt. Now, if we look at the criterion for the measure, there is the extent to which the proposal affects the amenity of key recreational routes and ways, for example, Corpaths, Munros, Corbett, long distance routes, etc. And then the threshold is wind turbines or other infrastructure don't overwhelm or otherwise significantly detract from the visual aspect of key routes and ways. Now, can I just understand, is it the council's case that in actual fact that Strathy North and or Strathy South would already have had that effect, i.e. that they would overwhelm or otherwise significantly detract from the visual appeal of the route?
No, those two schemes, either alone or together, would not visually overwhelm from the visual appeal of that route.
Are you suggesting this scheme does?
Well, my assessment for this is set out in my report of handling in terms of the impact on the access track.
Yeah.
I've not suggested, apologies, I've not suggested it would detract necessarily from the appeal of the route.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't want to repeat obviously what I've said when we've gone through the viewpoints in relation to viewpoint 7, but that was my assessment of the impact from that location.
Indeed, as I understand it, you say that it wouldn't be met, but in fact, all that I think you say is that the wind farm would be visible at close range views with full extent of development visible, extending across both sides of the Strath, seen next to the operational consented schemes. It brings wind farm development much closer to the track, and therefore it's considered there will be at least some adverse impact on the visual. I think that should be appearance of this route as acknowledged in the significant adverse visual effects. But some adverse impact isn't actually sufficient, is it? Because what we've got to look at, well, this threshold is whether it overwhelms or significantly detracts from the visual appeal. Some adverse impact, I think, just goes with the territory, I'm afraid, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So, I mean, are you saying that we do not meet the threshold for this track?
No, I don't agree that the threshold is met due to the visual appearance of the wind farm from this track.
And you see, as I understand it, this track continues on and goes right through Strathy South, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So I quite honestly, I don't understand it, since it goes right through Strathy South, how you come to the conclusion that somehow this would be sort of closer for the track than the current proposals or what has been consented. I just don't understand that point, Mrs. Pearson. Can you help me?
So my point in relation to this particular view and the impact on the access track, again, it comes down to the scale of the proposed turbines at Strathy Wood in comparison to those existing in consented schemes. And what I have said in my assessment is that there would be some some adverse impact on the visual appearance of the route, as acknowledged in the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment. And for that reason, I don't consider that the criterion of the onshore wind energy guidance would be met.
Okay, so you say it's not met for 4 in the case of Strathy Wood, but it is met for 4 in the case of both Strathy North and Strathy South, by all the factors we just discussed. That's your position.
Yes, on the face of it, that would be my position without looking at those proposals in isolation.
Now, if we then turn to criterion 5, that's concerned with transport routes. And so that really, as I think we can see in your assessment, takes us back to the A836. Yep.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I think to be fair to you there, you say at the end of the first paragraph of the assessment, so to speak, as such, it's considered the development wouldn't overwhelm or otherwise significantly detract from the visual, I think that should be appearances of this appeal, sorry, not appearances, visual appeal of this key route. So that, in the case of criterion 5, that criterion is actually met, isn't it?
That's correct, yes, in terms of the wider implications for a route which does extend a significant distance. I have concluded that that criterion is met with regard to number 5.
It's just that I'm sure it wasn't sort of done to confuse or anything, but it's just the criteria 4 and 5 are dealt with together in your report. And so the reader might think, oh, actually, you're concluding that both are not met, but in actual fact, it's only 4 that you're suggesting isn't met, I think.
That is correct, yes. I do apologise that the report is a bit misleading in that regard. It could have been set out better. Criterion 5, the threshold is met.
Thank you very much. Criterion 6, I don't think you raise any issue. On that, do you? Oh, sorry, no, you do. I'm misunderstanding my note. I think criterion 6, the issue that you raise on that is all the matters that we've discussed to date, effectively.
Yes, that's correct. It's the degree. I mean, this criterion is to do with the degree to which the proposal fits with the existing pattern of wind energy development. And this is my key concern in relation to the proposal.
Yeah,
which we've covered at length.
Well, I suspect we'd exhaust everybody's patience if I went back over those matters, so I'm not going to, Mrs. Pearson. Although I must confess, the way the threshold is put in criterion 6 is a little interesting because it says the proposal contributes positively to the existing pattern or objective for development. It almost seems to be the case that even if you concluded there was no harm to anything as a result of the proposal, if it didn't contribute positively, it still wouldn't meet the thresholds. Seems a little strange to put it that way, isn't it?
Yes, I would certainly agree with that. The wording is, yeah, it does. Yeah, I would agree with what you said.
Okay, so 7 and 9 that you then deal with together. 7 is separation between developments and or clusters being respected. And 9 is landscape setting of nearby wind energy developments is respected. Yeah?
That's correct. Yeah, I've considered them in the round together.
Yeah, I know again you consider them in the round together, but we can see there's 2 different thresholds there. For 7, it's maintaining appropriate and effective separation between developments and or clusters. And for 9, it's relating well to the existing landscape setting, not increasing the perceived visual prominence of surrounding wind turbines. Yeah? That's
correct.
Now, the claimed failure with respect to these 2 criteria, as I understand it is that there's a failure to relate well to the existing landscape. Right, isn't it, when I look at it?
That's right, yes. Okay,
which it seems to me really relates to criterion 9 as such, rather than raising an issue with respect to criterion 7, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So again, I don't think you raise anything to suggest that criterion 7 is not met, do you? Even though you lumped them together.
Yeah, that's correct.
So again, criterion 7 we can put to one side. Criterion 9, I think you accept when we look at your assessment there that the second part of the criterion is met. Because if we look at the last two sort of sentences, you say in the penultimate sentence, the proposed development doesn't increase the perceived visual prominence of surrounding wind turbines.
That's correct, yes. That first part of the criteria is met. It
Well,
doesn't.
sorry, it's the second part. If we look at the threshold, the threshold is proposal relates well to the existing landscape setting and doesn't increase the perceived visual prominence of surrounding wind turbines. And I think you accept it doesn't increase the perceived visual prominence of surrounding wind turbines.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, that's correct. I have accepted that. It doesn't increase the visual prominence of the surrounding wind turbines.
So it's really simply whether the proposal relates well to the existing landscape setting, I think, is the issue that you're raising with respect to criterion 9. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I think insofar as that's concerned, we're back to this issue of containment and spreading across the Strathy, I think, aren't we? Yeah,
that's correct. That's correct, yes. It's the landscape setting in terms of the impact on the containment of the existing and consented schemes.
I'm not going to go back over what we've already dealt with there. Okay, and then so we're then left with criteria 8 and 10. And again, 8 is the perception of landscape scale and distance as respected, and 10 is distinctiveness of the landscape characters respected. I couldn't see anywhere in your assessment any issue being raised with respect to the perception of landscape scale and distance, which is criterion 8. I think it's really criterion 10 you're concerned with, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So again, criterion 8 we can take as being met. Criterion 10 is concerned with impact upon landscape character. I must confess, impact upon landscape character, I understood you to be saying in your report of handling, is something that one expects a landscape architect or somebody with such professional expertise to be assessing. That is your position, isn't it?
That's correct, and it's for that reason I have referred to the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment when assessing that particular criterion. They have assigned a significant impact on the landscape type with the previous schemes, and that this continues to be the case with the proposed development.
Yeah, sorry, they've ascribed a significant adverse effect upon the host landscape character area. And it's on that basis alone that you say the criterion is not met. Yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. First of all, I have to say, an adverse impact upon the host landscape character area, again, is something you see, I think, in any wind farm assessment. It's almost inevitable.
Yeah, that's correct. It is almost inevitable that there will be a significant impact. Again, this kind of relates back to the distinctiveness of that particular landscape in terms of the valley, particularly when viewed from the north coast, and how that would be impacted on by the proposed development.
But you see, if the criterion was simply not met because there was a significant adverse impact upon the host landscape character area, that would apply, as I think we'd agree, just about to any wind farm proposal, which means it's basically a meaningless criterion, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's meaningless. No, I mean, obviously the criterion is to do with the distinctiveness of the landscape character being respected, which is drawn out in a landscape and visual impact assessment. But it's not just about to do with the sort of impact on the host landscape, it's the distinctiveness of that. So again, it comes back to whether a significant adverse impact renders the scheme acceptable or not, rather than just accepting that a significant impact means that criterion can't be complied with.
Yeah, but let's just actually see anyway what the threshold is, Mrs. Pearson, if you go to criterion 10.
The distinctiveness of the
threshold is-
landscape character.
No. The threshold is integrity and variety of landscape character areas are maintained. That is not actually the same thing at all. It's simply saying, is there a significant adverse impact of the host landscape area? Is it? It's looking at something quite different, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's not actually something that you have assessed, is it?
Yeah, I do accept that point. My assessment in terms of that particular criterion is perhaps lacking in a bit more detail than what it should to fully assess the impact in terms of whether that threshold can be met. I do accept your points. We'll just caveat that this assessment in terms of the criterion on the onshore wind energy guidance is undertaken as a background to our assessment, and in my report of handling I have undertaken the assessment. However, I haven't referred to the failure to comply with any of these thresholds in the reason for objecting. It's a sort of more background to my assessment.
Yeah, but it presumably influenced your assessment in some way, otherwise you wouldn't have drawn our attention to it.
Yeah, this is something that we do for every wind farm proposal, so it is part of my assessment. I was just sort of caveating the fact that you have highlighted that my assessment of that particular criterion perhaps is either incorrect and or lacking in detail, and I'm happy to accept that point.
Okay, and if we then, sorry, Mrs. Pearson.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm happy to accept that point and to reiterate that our reason for objecting relates to visual impact.
Oh, sorry, so, I mean, are you still maintaining there was a failure to comply with criterion?
Criterion 10, did you say?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, I am, and that is based on the landscape and visual impact assessment submitted with the application.
So let's just look at we've looked at what the threshold is, and you've accepted you haven't assessed that, but let's actually look at what the measure's concerned with. The measure is the extent to which a proposal affects the distinction between neighbouring landscape character types in areas where the variety of character is important in the appreciation of the landscape. So this is the distinction between neighbouring landscape character types. It's nothing to do with whether there's a significant impact upon the host landscape character area, is it?
Yes, that's correct.
And so it's quite plain that the whole approach, I have to say, lightly as I can to you, Mr. Pearson, the whole approach you've taken here has misunderstood what this criterion is all about, hasn't it?
I don't think it's necessarily misunderstood what this criterion is all about. I have accepted your point that my assessment is lacking in detail on this particular point, which is one criteria out of a possible 10 that I have assessed as a background for my assessment of the application as a whole. My concerns, as I have expressed at length, are in relation to the visual impact of this development, how it fits with existing and consented schemes, and those are the reasons for objecting.
But anyway, so we can see that what the measure is concerned with is not raised anywhere in any of your evidence, Mrs. Pearson. But in any event, this landscape character area is very large in scale and has been accepted as suitable for a large-scale wind farm, hasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Fraser, so I don't mean to interrupt you necessarily, but we're 3:15, and I was just wondering if we could draw a line under the policy and perhaps use that as a breaking point.
I was just going to say I'm happy. You almost read my mind, ma'am. I'm happy to do that, and we are doing quite well, I have to say. I think I've only got to deal with lighting that's left, so it's in everybody's hands whether we finish this afternoon or not. But I'm doing quite well, I think. Or Mrs. Pearson's doing quite well in get through things rapidly.
Yeah, I'm just conscious that's, you know, for anybody, an hour and a quarter of questioning we know is quite hard work. So if we could take a 10-minute break, come back at 3:30, 3:25, let everybody get bit of movement, walk, get away from the screen for a moment or two, and we'll come back and see how much we can get finished before the end of the afternoon. There is a possibility we'll go after 4 o'clock if, obviously, there's a possibility Mr. Finlay will want to re-examine, and we have 1 or 2 questions, not a lot, I must stress. Mr. Finlay, are you expecting to re-examine?
Yes, I very much hope that we finish about 4 or thereabouts. Obviously, subject to yourselves and whether we carry on. But I would hope we could finish this afternoon.
Would it be the preference to just add a little bit of time today rather than have to come back for, say, just an hour tomorrow morning? Is that
yes,
preference?
Certainly would be our preference, and I discussed that briefly with.
Well, let's take a short break, just take a chance to get away from the screen, and then see how much of the business we can finish for just after 4, if at all possible. course, we moved to Graham. Okay, that's everybody back that needs to be. So let's see if we can get through the last set of questioning for Mrs. Pearson, and we'll be on target to get finished this evening if at all possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pearson. I promised you I'd get to lighting, so you're not going to have to kick me, Mrs. Pearson. The impact of lighting, I hope we can agree, is less or will be less because of what the CAA have now accepted will be less than that which was assessed in 2019. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the 2019 assessed all 13 turbines being lit, and it's only going to have to be 8, I think.
That's correct.
And I think, I'm assuming, because I haven't heard anything to the contrary, I'm assuming that essentially the technical assessment that has been provided is accepted by you, Mrs. Pearson, so that, for example, that none of the viewpoints within the cell lighting appear any brighter than a far rear lighted. I think it's 984 meters, it said. Distance. So I'm assuming that's accepted by you, Mrs.
Yes, that's correct. I accept the findings of that assessment.
And of course, typically at the various viewpoints, it's going to be less than that for various reasons, because we're looking at the distance and also the visibility, as is explained in the assessment. That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Mason yesterday sort of helpfully explained the different permutations with the lighting.
And likewise, also the area that would be or potentially could be affected by lighting, i.e. the area that you could see it from, will be less extensive than the ZTV for the turbines as a whole, because of the fact that the lighting is projected horizontally. And again, we can see that, I think, from the various maps if we compared. That's again.
Yes.
Thank you. The lighting's designed to switch on at night, so again, predominantly it's going to be affecting, insofar as it has any effect, through the hours of darkness, isn't it, Pearson?
That's correct.
And so obviously that'd be for longer periods in the winter and much less length of time in the summer. Yeah. Now, I don't think we're furiously searching to see if there's a wind farm with the same sort of lighting that the reporters can go and see it. I don't think, other than the one that was mentioned this morning, there's anywhere else you can help us with at the moment, Mrs. Pearson. Yeah.
I thought I was aware of a wind farm within the Murray Council area that is lit, but I wouldn't know any further detail than that.
I mean, the trouble is, it's not just whether the turbine's lit as
It's of that particular specification. Yeah, I think that's something we need to do a bit of research into to give a definitive answer to the reporters.
I'm sure it would be helpful for the reporters if they could find one, but we'll leave that to one side. Now, as I read your report of handling, I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that the only place that you really mention lighting is in the context of viewpoint 7 in paragraph 10.48. I think that's the only where we
go. That's
So,
correct.
Am I right in thinking that it's really only from that particular viewpoint that you've got any concern about lighting?
Yeah, that's correct. I think it's fair to say that aviation lighting certainly hasn't been at the forefront of my concerns in relation to this development. It may be relatively pronounced at viewpoint 7 due to the short distances involved, the potential for it to flicker as the blades turn. But yes, you're correct to note it's only in relation to that viewpoint I have highlighted any concerns with respect to lighting.
So I thought that was the case, and I think that's reflected also in the reasons for objection, because your reasons for objection don't actually identify lighting as a particular concern. That's right, isn't it? Yeah,
that's correct.
So insofar as you're inviting the reporters to consider the issue, it's really in that context of viewpoint 7 that you're raising it, and you also agree that actually that it's unlikely that you'd have walkers out and about in that location at night time. Therefore, the impact on them aren't significant. I think you accept that in your report of handling.
Yeah, that's right. I think my concerns are, really quite limited to a specific set of circumstances. That is that particular residential receptor being occupied during the hours of nighttime. And that's really the only impact that I have highlighted as a particular concern with respect to lighting. And
so
that, as you touched on, that was on the basis of all the turbines being lit.
Yeah. So it's a situation really where it's limited simply to the position of the people who might be occupying Bowmore Lodge during the hours of darkness.
That's correct.
It's certainly not a situation where you suggest that it causes an impact that's unacceptable in residential immunity terms.
That's correct, yes.
And so I have to say, I am just beginning. I'm just beginning to wonder where this really takes us, Mrs. Pearson. So it's not causing an unacceptable residential immunity impact. And it's really simply guests who might look out of the window and might see the turbine lights. That's as far as it goes, I think. Is that right?
In terms of any concern that I have in relation to lighting, is that what you're asking?
Yes. Seems to be all that we can find in your report.
Yes, that's all I've really specifically highlighted as a concern. As you are aware, I have concerns about the visual impact from that particular viewpoint, and I consider that those impacts would be magnified as a result of the aviation lighting in nighttime hours or dawn and dusk conditions.
But this is really a situation of people visiting that property who one would assume would probably be visiting it in knowledge that it's pretty close to a wind farm and is pretty close to a wind farm, whether our proposal is allowed or not, isn't it? In truth, Mrs. Pearson.
Yeah, that's correct. My understanding is it's holiday accommodation, so I think that's fair to note that people would be visiting it on the basis that they're fully aware of the circumstances.
And so I have to say, if they're not bothered by being within that sort of distance of wind turbines, which presumably they're not if they've gone there, that really whether or not a few of the turbines are lit isn't really going to add a ha'porth to it, is it? This is, if we're still allowed to speak in Normandy, so to speak, isn't there add a ha'porth to it, is it? This is Pearson.
So I didn't catch
Sorry,
the
it's not going to add materially to it, Mrs. Pearson, was what I was saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm mumbling.
the addition of lighting.
Yeah.
I mean, as I've highlighted in my report of handling, I do consider that the lighting will potentially magnify the impacts. There is going to be a significantly detrimental visual impact from that location, in my view, and those impacts will be magnified by the addition of aviation lighting. From a planning perspective, we have no mechanism by which to secure that property to be used as holiday accommodation. It could conceivably be used as a house in the future.
Well, if that were the case, even more so, it's going to be used as a house by somebody who goes there knowing exactly what to expect, isn't it, Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't think I've got any further questions then. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pearson. Thank you for your patience and your help in letting us get through it so quickly. Thank you.
Okay, I've got just one question, which I was hoping to get a little bit more detail on. Mr. Fraser raised it in summarising your reasons for objecting, and it's specified certainly in the text of the objection reason and also referred to in your inquiry statement, and it's this idea of the Strathy wood turbines interfering with or undermining some kind of designed mitigation secured in relation to another scheme. There's not a lot of detail that I could see regarding the source of this designed mitigation. Is it for Strathy North or was it for Strathy South? Where can we show that someone chose to leave that space for mitigation purposes?
I think that's a fair question, and it's coming back to Mr. Fraser's sort of line of questioning as well. It's, you know, there isn't really any guidance documents or anything like that that underpin the need to sort of leave this area open from wind farm development. It's just through the design focus, I would assume, of those two schemes, which has perhaps considered the impacts very closely from the north coast, that they have been located in the manner in which they are. I don't know if that really answers your question.
It was really just it was to whether or not that this idea of it being designed, that you had some kind of source for that, some kind of reference from an earlier decision or assessment that we could be directed to identify. But obviously that's not the case. You're making assumption that design choices were made on that basis.
That's my assumption, yes, but perhaps that's something that we can look into further as part of our draw out further as part of our closing submissions, if that would be helpful.
Yes, that's fine. Yes, if you can. That was the only question we had. Is that right?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just a little bit concerned at the idea that we might be getting new evidence in closing. I can see Mr. Finlay smiling ruefully at me. Just a little concerned that we might be getting additional evidence in closing. I just flag up. I think I might start throwing my toys out of the pram at that stage, ma'am.
Much as I'd like to see that, I don't think that's a way forward for our afternoon. No, I accept that. It would be new information. Perhaps it'd be something, if you can't reference it today and you've given us access to Strathy South decision, we don't really have access to the Strathy North decision. That's not been referenced to us as a source document. If you weren't aware of it when you wrote your report of handling, I will assume that perhaps there isn't a source document for it when you wrote that particular reason. Maybe we should just leave it at that then, rather than extend the discussion beyond that. Would that be much happier? Mr. Fraser would presumably much happier with that outcome. Yes. Okay. We'll leave it at that and pass you back to Mr. Finlay without his pram, hopefully.
Apologies, that was my fault. I hadn't intended to suggest that we should introduce new information. That was inappropriate. Apologies.
Can you just give me a few seconds to consider that last point, just to Yep, thank you. Yes, not much by way of the examination, but if you can remember back as far as before midday, you were being asked about your professional expertise, and I believe at some stage Mr. Fraser came close to suggesting that the judgment you were exercising wasn't a professional judgment. Are members of the Royal Town Planning Institute, do you consider yourself a professional?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, therefore adhere to a code of conduct with the work that I undertake.
And is it part of your qualifications and experience and indeed training to assess the visual impact of a wide variety of developments?
Yes, that's correct. That's something that forms a huge emphasis on the work I do as a planning officer in assessing planning applications. And as I touched on earlier, it's experience that I have gained just short of the last decade in assessing a number of proposals of varying degrees, from smaller scale turbines up into developments of a national level.
Now, Mr. Fraser also on this general vein appeared to suggest there was a general acceptance that visual impact evidence in respect of wind farms should be given by qualified landscape architects. But taking a wholly non-representative sample of the appeal decisions relating to Highland councils that are in the core document list, which is, I would suggest are almost primarily chosen by the appellants. There are, I think, 5 of them. There's Catlick at 217, Drumholliston at 224, and Knockanish at 236. And if I may be permitted to lead you on this at this stage of the afternoon, the Highland Council's landscape evidence visual impact evidence in all 3 cases was given by Mr. Heinsohn. Is he a chartered landscape architect, or perhaps, as Mr. Fraser would have it, a mere planner?
He's not a chartered landscape architect. He's a planning officer.
And then there were 2 others. There was lime kilns, which is 226, which Mark Steele, who's not employed by the council, but is indeed a chartered landscape architect, gave evidence on behalf of the council. So that may be considered a potential outlier. And the last one is Cairn Dewey, where the council called 2 witnesses, Anne Cowling to give landscape evidence and Ken McCorkadale to give visual evidence, if I remember correctly. That's 1224, CD 1224. So in terms of the 5 inquiries that Highland Council have been involved in 4 of them, planning officers were called to give visual impact evidence, and only in respect of 1 was a landscape architect. In terms of your other experience with Highland Council and indeed elsewhere, is there any basis on which you're aware of a general acceptance that planning officers cannot give visual evidence, which appears to be the thrust of Mary Friend's case?
No, I'm not aware of any other instances where a planning officer has been deemed unsuitable to give evidence on visual impact.
Move away from that. You were asked a number of questions about planning policy, which if you'd solely been a landscape architect, I might have objected to, but as you're a planning officer, I couldn't possibly object to. But you're here primarily giving a visual impact assessment. Does the assessment of impact vary with policy criterion, or is assessment of impact something that independent of that?
I would say it's independent of policy criteria. As you know, we've all touched upon over the course of the last couple of days. It is subject to the application of professional judgment. Policy can't get into the specific detail of every single wind farm and what it should and shouldn't appear like in visual terms. So I'd say it's kind of irrespective of policy or sort of in addition to policy.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions about the Strathy South decision. I don't think we need to turn to it as such. It's CD 2028, and you were asked questions about paragraph 343, which contained S&H's views, and particularly Mr. Fraser was putting to that Strathy North and Strathy Wood, with Strathy South presumably, would be seen as a single large-scale wind farm. But can I just ask you to turn briefly to what S&H have stated elsewhere on with Strathy Wood particularly in mind, firstly at 3.2.14. It's the document we looked at with Mr. Mason. So it's 3.2.14, page 4 of 7.
Oh, sorry. Three point three.
3.2, sorry, 0.14. If you look at paragraph 3.5a.
Sorry, I've not found the document yet. Sorry, what was the number?
3.2.14.
Okay, I have that now.
And if you go to electronic page 4 of 7, you should have paragraph 3.5a towards the middle of that page. Just wanted to ask about, in terms that there, about whether, with the focus on Strathy Wood, whether S&H's view is consistent or otherwise with yours as to whether Strathy North and Strathy Wood would appear as just one wind farm.
Is this in relation, sorry, to paragraph 3.5b, cumulative impact?
No, 3.5a, the development on its own. See the
Okay.
second sentence talks about contrast with nearby approved and proposed wind farms.
Yeah, so they're referring to the contrast with nearby approved and proposed wind farms, and the effects could be mitigated by reducing the scale of turbines.
Absolutely. And then if we move to the more up-to-date view, which is, sorry, it's another document to go to, it's one you've referred to in your report, 3.5.2.
I have that.
And if we go to page 3, electronic page 3 of 5. And again, in terms of suggestion about whether Strathy Wood would simply appear as an extension or as a wind farm in its own right. What's their view there?
Their view there is that Strathy Wood wind farm would appear in its own right, which is consistent with my own view.
So, thank you. So if we go back to CD 228, sorry, 2028, which is the, we can put, you have S&H's comment there at 343, which you've dealt with. You were also asked about the comment at the reporter's conclusion at 375. Perhaps you could turn to that, that's electronic page 42.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're looking from the north, say from viewpoint 18 or 8, just to put some colour on it, does the, assuming Strathy South is built in its permitted form and Strathy North, what effect does the imposition, I don't mean that pejoratively, but the siting of, or the building, what effect would the building of Strathy Wood have in terms of increasing the apparent density of turbines? From viewpoints, say, any of those 19, 8, 18, 6, which is that sort of array from the north.
Mm-hmm. So the Strathy Wood wind farm in combination with those two schemes would increase the density of turbines as a whole, as well as increasing the horizontal width of the existing and proposed schemes.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to ask you a question about containment. I think we've dealt with containment. You were asked about proportions of turbines, and it was put to you by Mr. Fraser that the proportions are the same, will be the same. maybe a matter for the conditions session, but are you aware of any condition requiring that the proportion of the turbines be the same as Strathy North?
No, I'm not aware of any condition that would secure that.
And insofar as, are you aware of any specific choice of candidate turbine as yet for Strathy Wood?
I'm not aware. I would need to obviously review the submitted details as presented in the further environmental information to find out what the candidate turbine is.
And then just two more questions. You were taken, and my note says it was CD 1.3.1.4. I don't think we need to go there. It's the comparative ZTV showing Strathy North, Strathy South, and Strathy Wood. And Mr. Fraser's point was that the Strathy Wood only, where there was a solus effect, I think showed up in a blue colour. And his point to you, which I think you accepted, was there wasn't very much blue on the plan or the diagram or the figure. Is your main concern in respect to this application, is it the sole effect of Strathy Wood, or is it the comparative effect between it and adjoining wind farms?
It is the comparative effect of this development in combination with the existing and consented schemes. As I tried to highlight at the time and under that questioning was, it would be expected that there would be very limited areas where Strathy Wood might be seen in absolute isolation. In the main, it will be seen in some way with either an existing or consented scheme. And my concerns in relation to the development as expressed in my report of handling are very much to do with the effect of this development in combination with those other wind farms.
And my last point was this, I think it was in respect to viewpoint 19 from Mr. Fraser, drew attention to the fact that I think the Strathy Wood hubs are going to be roughly the same height as the Strathy North tips, which is a point I hadn't reflected on before. So I'm going to ask you, to what extent does that assist in assessing whether they would be perceived as having different heights?
I would say that potentially would draw attention to the fact that the Strathy Wood turbines are of a different scale to those other turbines. If the tips of those other turbines are the same as the hub height of Strathy Wood, it has potential to emphasise the difference in scale.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pearson. Those are all my questions for re-examination.
Okay, well, that's great. We're 6 minutes to 4. That's an incredibly efficient turnaround since the end of Mr. Fraser's cross-examination. So thank you very much. Thank you to the two witnesses today, especially. That's very hard to keep your attention going and give due consideration to the questions under the virtual inquiry setup. So well done. We appreciate the efforts you've gone to today. We are due to meet again, although not all the same people, on Thursday morning at 9:30 to do inquiry session 2. The council obviously is not participating in that, but we will meet again, as I think the whole group will then meet again on Friday morning for the policy hearing, and we'll deal with, as discussed before, we'll deal with closing submissions and any other procedural post inquiry matters that might arise. So it really just for me to say thank you for everybody's attention and efforts this afternoon. Oh, I've got two questions. Mr. Fraser, I think you were first.
That's all right, ma'am. It occurred to me, Mr. Mason, I think, did say he'd come back to you, hopefully today, with the distances between the turbines, Strathy Wood and Strathy North and Strathy South. I'm not sure whether he has those figures yet and whether you're happy for us simply to send them by email to you and the council. But I thought he's popping on.
Yes.
I thought I'd better.
It's by magic. Mr. Mason has appeared.
Because we did make that promise, but I can mute myself and let Mr. Mason explain.
Well, regardless, I think whatever Mr. Mason's about to say, I think we'd still want it followed up with a little document just confirming, just to add into the evidence that we consider. But yes, please confirm what you know about the distances. Thank you.
Yeah, a note is being prepared that will confirm for you the distances. And I think it's correct to say that they are as per the table. So my speculation that that distance was wrong, or that was to a boundary was wrong. I think they are turbine to turbine distances, but we'll confirm that with a note.
That's great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Finlay, you had something to raise as well.
Yes, three things. First of all, I'm grateful for Mr. Mason for that, and it may be helpful to sort of long circuit matters rather than short circuit them. But if he would pass the note to Mrs. Pearson first, and then it could be presented to you as an agreed note, that may be the best way forward. And I'm sure agreement will be forthcoming very swiftly, and we have tomorrow to deal with that. The second point was that somebody from Highland Council, it may well be myself, will be in virtual attendance on Thursday, but we're not intending to say anything. We'll just be observing and with our screen off, probably. And thirdly, just to confirm the timing for Friday morning, our start time, were you intending a 9:30 start on Friday morning? Or 10 o'clock? I mean, it's a neutral question.
I was really hoping for 9:30, especially now that we've got your agreement that if the policy hearing is dealt with quite efficiently, that we will just continue on into the conditions and try and get finished before lunchtime and try and make a more condensed event. If we can do that, then I think it's better to start at 9:30 and just stick with the existing arrangements. I think that's convenient to everybody still, isn't it, the timing? Mr. Kelly, obviously you were opting out from the conditions, but you were attending the morning session.
Yes, ma'am. I'm quite content to leave the conditions to the council and the applicants to present a set to you. In relation to Thursday, I should advise that I anticipate matters being quite short from our perspective. As you know, my client is Scotland's largest private landowner, and there are certain political issues that arise from that just now. And following discussions, it's been decided for this inquiry, we will focus very much on just presenting Dr. Carver's evidence to you and allowing cross-examination of Dr. Carver. In relation to Mr. Mason, I think I've only 2 or 3 short factual questions to put to him in cross-examination. I anticipate he should be able to answer them with a yes or no. As I say, our efforts to help move things forward for this inquiry will be focused on Dr. Carver's evidence. So it's possible that Thursday will be a short day.
Well, that just makes it easier for everybody. We know that a long day under the virtual meeting platform is quite tiring for everybody. So I think, is that everybody's business accounted for? Okay, well, I'll thank you again for your attendance today. We are spot on now. If I prevaricate any longer, it'll be spot on 4 o'clock. So we'll bring that to a close, and we'll see most of you on Thursday morning. Thank you for your attendance. Bye-bye.